gentlewoman, Vanessa. Very, very gentle. I can attest to that. But we are the people who used to go from quartier to quartier and play football in Kumba. Yes, Eno can bear me. Preptown Boys School, Kumba Town. We rocked that town from primary school through to Sase. I want to tell you, it is the government of Ahidjo that came and created Northwest Province and Southwest Province. Foncha. And this is to tell you that I do not, for academic and professional integrity, I don't pamper even my own. Foncha's father, if you have never known, was inflicted, regrettably, with leprosy in Chang and was now treated by the missionaries of the first missionary station in the grass field, the Catholic mission in Chang. So they took Foncha's father and sent to Bamenda because of the stigma in their community. Foncha was not from the Northwest. He worked for the church, and you can see it playing out in church and politics after the assassination of Monsignor Bala in Bafia. The death of Abendong. How did Foncha know that there would be a shootout? To leave the Prime Minister's car and go and enter a different car and tell Abendong to go and enter there. And because Abendong thought he had a BA and everybody was a primary school teacher, he carried his head and went and sat in the Prime Minister's car. They thought that was succession, and they blew him up. We have to be very careful. Foncha is known to have taken a loan or begged for money from Sopo Prizo to run the agenda. Sopo Prizo was not just a businessman. He was a politician. So we began to be traded off a long time ago, and we must hold our breath, do the background study, and be sufficiently informed by the written as well as the unwritten history of Southern Cameroon before we embark on designing this project. Granted, there are things that happen and you don't have much control over. Let me just rush through. Whatever we are doing, I have mentioned that we actually need to understand where we are coming from. That is the historical backdrop. We need to have a common agenda, a common strategic plan. AAG should not have his own, Morris with his own, Skakuf with his own. That is confusion. It is like you are fetching water with a basket. You will never get enough water to wash even your hands. We need to invoke the reflexes of conviviality, accept one another in spite of our differences, in such a way that we can come back and build ourselves, rebuild ourselves as one people and have a common agenda and pursue it with conviction. The invectives that our younger brother Tassang has been throwing on one of the finest gentlemen, and this is not to flatter you, it's because even when you were in Monte-en-Rouge, is it Monte-en-Rouge? Towards Simeon. Monte-en-Rouge, yes. I used to trek from Obili to come and when your colleagues, may so rest in peace, they deliberately chose to frustrate what you describe as some of the brightest students you ever had in your class in Waikele, you lambasted him. Said, didn't you know these were the best we have seen in many years? And I maintain my respect. Those years passed, now until tomorrow. Because I know, simply from being a gentleman, you are an icon, And you are also very, very resourceful that by mutually agreeing that nobody has a monopoly of the right thing, we can move this process faster. And this tells me something. Who owns this, our liberation process? There are too many owners. Those of you here, apart from AAG, who are not doing relief work, but who are buying political representation from people they don't know. Tassan, if you recognize me as the representative of Consortium or SCACUF, I'll send you money. I'll mobilize my people. That's why now, if you call a fundraiser in this North America, I challenge you, you cannot get $3,000 on this Southern Cameroon issue until we are able to clear all these divides. Even though I may put you to pain of repetition, I don't mind taking the bullets for it. But our capacities for engaging and sustaining this struggle for the objective we shall determine has not been assessed. Do we know how many medical doctors we have in these United States? How many pharmacists? In fact, let me cut it short. I only know of two professional associations, the Cameroon Society of Engineers, from which you can extract those of Southern Cameroon stock, and the Cameroon Society of Physicians, from which you can do the same thing. Otherwise, we don't even know how much we have. Even as a resource base for fundraiser, I did a rough calculation that if we have just 5,000 and everybody said they were going to pay $10, they're going to contribute $10 a month. For 12 months, that's $120. Do the maths. How much would that give you? And if we do it and pass it to a credible organ manned by the people harvested from the nursery called Anglophone Action Group, AAG, because you've proven your mettle that you have integrity, you are accountable. That is why people have called me and say, even though we don't share the political philosophy of AAG, they are the only people we can trust with our money, so we have been sending our money to them. So you are an achievement. And the only thing I encourage you is that remain open-minded as far as our political objective is concerned. Now, it is because I say that I like to keep the house together, and there are a few friends who always tell me, this your philosophy of lefam is what is killing us. As soon as I landed in the hotel, I told Prof, I said, you don't need to bother to respond. If I were to tell you people the hacking that I received in Cameroon from my younger brother, that when I went to teach in Sase College, I didn't even meet him there, Bala. Tassan. But you know what I did? I behaved like mothers do. Just look at their child, you say, well, he's growing. So when eventually we met in Kumba, I did not elicit any apology. They got up one after the other and apologized. Because as I'm sitting here, I'm supposed to have about 360 million francs from La République du Cameroon. And I flew out of Cameroon through Simalen Airport in Yaoundé. I mean, this is something peddled by supposedly trained journalists. And my life was even put online in Boya by people calling me, come and meet me around the club. Meanwhile, they were running away from the club. What purpose? There were soldiers there. So we must know that Our people are not sufficiently educated. They are excited. There's a lot of euphoria. And as elders, and I'm glad that I am rushing to join you people in that class, we must accommodate the exuberance of those young people, because the generation before us did not give a good account of itself. We must not replicate their error. We should give a better account of ourselves to the generations that is behind us by magnanimously accommodating all the jobs from our younger people and molding them through education with the truth, written or unwritten, so that they be guided. And with that, it would be possible to do one thing which is absent, even in the government of I mean, what goes for a government is a government, right? But practically, can we say that when we look at the government in Tanzania, with the current president of Tanzania, you call the government in Cameroon a government? So we need to do one thing, and I challenged Professor Ayangwe to it on 2 of his trips here. Now I'm a very lucky boy. When you have intelligent people like your big brother, you can tax them and not tax yourself. I add you to that list. There is a question of ethics and discipline for deliberation. Forget about having been a victim of the absence of ethics and conduct in this process. We need to establish urgently the ethics of the process in which, whether we like it or not, the person who wants to stand aside from this process is going to be he's going to be a secondary smoker of the hemp. It will affect you, because if it affects any member of your family, it has affected you. And this is what I had to say about this question of ethics. The vertical pillars of the liberation struggle produce unhealthy competition. And out of unhealthy competition, you have people who say things that they cannot justify, things that hurt, things that can even expose you to be killed. Honestly speaking, when Atanganji made statements about me, and even hired private militia to eliminate me, and it leaked, when he came to Bamenda, they took only on the statement he made on television, and they were going to liquidate him. But I will never spill blood, because every day I get up from bed, I invoke the blood of Jesus to cover me. I will not spill blood, because the blood that flows in you, in me, belongs to somebody else. So even your suggestion that maybe the only way, if we don't want to go this way, it's by violence, I can tell you moral suasion, defiance, have greater potency in revolution and produces sustainable results more than the electron bomb has done. So I am advocating for a horizontal process, but with the employment of the same inputs. The same people who have built their little skyscrapers of organization, Maurice, Kakuf. Look at the recent one. Sisi Sekou, in a conclave, it didn't have as many as we are here. The people who attended it, they were not up to this number. They reorganized Kakuf and just flipped it over, and he became the president of the Republic of Southern Cameroon. You have an excellency, you know, all of you here. I didn't find that funny. But he's trying to reach out. So I think his material that can be put in this process of reconstruction of this struggle. And I told him upfront, the process by which you have a platform on which you are talking is wrong. And the process, once the process is wrong, the output cannot be right. So embrace the virtue of humility and let's rethink. So we agree, I would encourage us to agree that ethics and rules of conduct would assure mutual recognition and respect. And these are the two things that would oil the engine of the strategy of the liberation of Southern Cameroonians. Institutionalization of the liberation is critical, because if everybody does his own thing in his own corner, we might not be able to get there. Let me just give you a little note about my conclusion and the proposal for the way forward. And I will warm my seat. It's quite unfortunate that we didn't have enough time. And I know the financial factor is critical, but we cannot debate the Southern Cameroon issue in one afternoon productively. Let me say this. This is what I had in my paper, and I think it's better I just read the excerpts to you. The problems with the struggle have been identified and details diagnosed, just as well as new directions have been proposed under each subhead. The challenge now for us is to deliberate on these outcomes and settle down in pure objectivity, engage in a reconstruction of an agenda for the struggle, an exercise for which we must bring all hands on deck, no exclusion. We must, in so doing, recognize that a deprivation that has crystallized over a period of 56 years is not one that is impossible to dismantle. Equally, however, it is not as simple as frying omelette. Therefore, confronting the reality of our situation must be accompanied by unusual resolve and dexterity. By this unusual resolve, I mean we must resolve that we are going to dig for the truth beyond what is on the shelves. Because the mountain, that's all these difficulties about our oppression, is ours. Our freedom is at its top. With bare feet, we shall ascend and descend. Before I say thank you for listening, let me share, by way of summary, the proposal that I have for new direction. We need to redesign and develop the framework for the liberation struggle. We need to review the varying strategies and use the good in each of them to develop one common, realistic strategic plan so as to close all leakages. We need to review our resources, human and material, basis for strategic and productive deployment or investment in the struggle. We need to establish and secure the acceptance of a code of ethics for the struggle. We need to develop a functional networking system for the mandatory symbiosis between folks in the territory of Southern Cameroons and us in the diaspora. It is the failure of clear, truthful communication between the diaspora and those in the territory that is responsible for some of the blockages that we are suffering. We need consciously to begin to lay the foundations of a sustainable democratic nation right from now. One of it is the right to debate. If you have a point, put it across politely with all respect to the other party's opinion. And then by the time you sieve the differences, you'll definitely find a common ground where you and your apparent opponent will not disagree. We need to develop the proper qualities and processes for selection and the roles of leadership in the struggle and afterwards. You will see, if I had done the PowerPoint presentation, at the beginning I put up a picture of Nkrumah Dr. Ndeli and Foncha, to show you how Africans and Southern Cameroonians could be of one voice. That we have lost, that we need to regain. Here, I have a picture of the Southern Cameroon's parliament. And it's important to remember that when the 419 operation took place on the 30th of September, daybreak 1st of October, we arrived at what was supposed to be our independence naked, with no security for our rights. And that's why, despite the heavy stone that was put on our head, we have grown, we're shaking our head, and the stone is falling off. The truth about it is that we have to listen to our people and listen very carefully. Britain exited from the United Nations, from the European Union not too long ago. At least they've taught us one lesson. One would have said before then that the European Union agreement was a rock-solid one. And to close, let me remind you, the petition I filed asking the Republic of Cameroon, represented by President Biya, Honorable Nyaji Fenji of the Senate, Gavaye Jibri of the National Assembly, the Prime Minister, Minister of Justice, and Minister of Territorial Administration, and the governors of Northwest and Southwest, that they should tell Southern Cameroonians where is the act of union. Because if you recognize your history, that you had independence on a separate date and we were supposed to have independence of a separate date, even the most stupid person would expect that there would be an act of union or reunion. There is none. And one of us, I don't need to call him, say Judge of the Supreme Court from our land, visited the President of the Supreme Court during judicial recess. You know Cameroon, je suis passé dit bonjour. Il dit, ouais, les vacances sont bonnes, mais on a un problème. Il y a un avocat de Bamenda qui vient de poser une patate chaude dans nos mains. You know why I say it? This way, it is part of the debate we are going to have. Because we must not play the ostrich. When we wrestle ourselves, Cameroon will remain our neighbor. We are going to trade with them. We have people who have married there. I have my cousin whose mother is Douala, the father is Bali. I have nieces in Sangmalema, brought forth by that lady. Our political objective does not overshadow our social objectives. But for the benefit of the fact that you simply want to know, the President of the Supreme Court said, this gentleman has thrown a hot potato in our hands. It has never happened. He is back-rolling everything that we have done since 1961. I said it in one show that all Southern Cameroonians who are working in the presidency, right to the cleaners of the ministerial blocks, they have said enough is enough. And these people used to call me. Some of them will send petrol bombs at Bobga. I don't have money to send to you. This is petrol bomb. You pay your transport to go around and do what you are doing. We are behind you. That's the truth about it. But the finest steel is the one that is passed through a furnace with the highest temperature, isn't it? That is what debate, strong debate, but with a disposition to settle for a common ground, produces for us. So nobody should take it on me for my position or take it on Dr. Munzu for his position. Because if we do not do this academic exercise of researching and educating our people, we will be floating. We'll be floating. Well, thank you. I understand. If you have any questions, you can ask me during the interactive session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Barrister Bobga again for that presentation. And we have heard his perspective. But in the interest of time, and sometimes when your stomach starts asking you to control time, you have to listen. So I have to bring out my time hammer now. We will not try to curtail anybody because we do have the conversation coming up where we can elaborate more on our points. So my hope is that the remarks that will be brought up here would be some kind of an abstract to what you will eventually discuss, so that way people can participate. So I will humbly and very kindly request that our next speakers try to stay to within the 10-minute mark or so, and then reserve some of the extra commentary for when we start the panel discussion. I think that would be a better place to explore all the different concepts that we have in mind. That said, food is ready, but in order not to disturb the flow of events right now, it will be better for us to use those 20 minutes and finish those two presentations, and then people can have some food. We will eat, and even when some people are still eating, once our panelists are ready to begin a discussion, we can start the discussion even if some people still have food in their mouth. They can finish and then ask their questions. Does that sound reasonable? Yes. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for your patience.
Two presentations in 20 minutes.
In 24 minutes.
You know what? Tell me speech.
Yes.
Before I even say thank you, it's all gone.
Oh, we will see. You will manage.
You're taking the trouble to bring people here. Don't let people just express themselves.
Yes, I understand. I was just giving a time, but as I said, we're not going to come in and chop off anybody talking. I just wanted to give a view on how you can manage that time reasonably. I think it's a proper time now, 50% through the presentations, to acknowledge the presence of SCBC TV here, recording and transmitting our event. So we want to thank, I think that's the Southern Cameroons Broadcasting Corporation that is here with us today. So thank you very much for being with us and helping to disseminate the information that we share here to the rest of our people. So thanks. Please have a bottle of water or something. And our next speaker would be Mr. Rufus Takang, representing the Boston Consortium, which, as we said earlier, is a key organ in the Boston area of Cameroonian Anglophones that is really, really serious and has taken this struggle to heart and are doing a lot to try to see how we can achieve our end goal. So I'll call to the podium our senior man, Mr. Takang Rufus, and then Professor Ayangwe will round up for us after that. Thank you.
I want to thank AAG for organizing this conference so that we can talk about the problems affecting Cameroon. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a teacher and in IT, so I may not be as eloquent and prolific like the lawyers have done. So when this problem started in October, it caught everybody unawares, and we in Boston were trying to figure out, how we could be of help. So we quickly came together and formed the Boston Consortium. We raised funds and sent delegates to Cameroon. Because at the time, a lot of them were attacked by the military, and we understood that pain does not wait. Then about 4 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to speak with Dr. F.R.A, who also explained to me that, here in Atlanta, the AAG was organizing a conference. And that when the problem started, they too here were caught unawares, and they were trying to figure out how to help. And so they came up with what they said, numbers do not lie. And since then, they have been sending help to Nkondenge Yaoundé, just like we also sent delegates in Cameroon to help those who are afflicted. So it's a very good thing. It's a very genuine cause that both Atlanta and Boston are doing. And permit me say that there are other groups or other areas where concerned Southern Cameroonians got into action when the movement started. In Washington, D.C., in Houston, Texas, in Minnesota, and in California. I'm not going to go into the very deep argument of whether we should go for secession or how about the present system even? We've not mentioned, we didn't say anything about the present system. That is the centralized government. Because there are still some Cameroonians who also want that system to continue. Are we going to avoid them in this argument? I mean, for the essence of time, in my write-up here, we know that the two systems, the French system, highly centralized, is remarkably very different from the English system, where we have autonomy. For some moves we explained here, the plebiscite of 11 February 1961 brought all of us together in a federation. And from his very carefully explained thesis here, he's guiding us towards a federation, knowing that it will be very difficult for the United Nations to give us independence. Also knowing that our problem is not a priority in the United Nations. Who is going to make it a priority? And talking about that federation, we have been in that road before. In fact, we are talking about these problems today because we went into that federation. But I'm glad that Barrister Bobga has, in a way, tried to use the legal perspective also to justify that we can be right to ask for a separation in this union because it has not worked for our best interest. So if we are talking about a federation, by proposing a federation, are we trying by all costs to keep Cameroon as one and indivisible country? Or by proposing a federation, are we trying to make Cameroon a nation? What are the foundations of unity in that federation? That is, unity of us, the Anglophones who came with a different culture, and the unity with the Francophones who also have a different culture. What are those foundations? What are the guarantees that the so-called federal structure will not be demolished like Ahijo did in the previous one? And what is the guarantee that another strong man will not dismantle any other federation that will go in for? In political theory, a federal structure is the best geopolitical arrangement for a people who are diverse or fragmented, but have a cluster of generally coherent values which exhibit themselves with some vitality among the people. Without any coherent values between the people of East Cameroon and those of West Cameroon, I do not see the basis of a federation. It is clear that the enforced unity and integration the government has imposed on us for 56 years has not produced any necessary cluster of shared and coherent political values. Why then should any reasonable person of Southern Cameroonian origin think that we should go back into a federation? That is why, contrary to the expectations in fact, it turned out to be a mere transitionary phase to a more total integration of the Anglophone region into a strongly centralized unitary state. So, as we proceed in this argument and in this discussion, trying to figure out how to navigate, we should be mindful that we've been down this road before. And we, the Anglophones in Cameroon, we are in a situation where it looks like there is always so much pressure on us that sometimes make us believe that we don't belong in that country. Look at our system of education. Do we remember the successive attempts by the government to muddy and undermine the Anglophone system of education in a country, Cameroon, where we all feel that we are part of it? In 1980, an attempt was made to harmonize the syllabus by bringing in more elements of the La République's syllabus into the content. That was very, very resisted. In 1984, the government attempted to abolish the GC by coming up with what you call the group subjects. That again was resisted. And in fact, it was because of that attempt by the government in 1984 that teachers and students in Cameroon went again on rampage and clamored for a GC board. That was finally created. And change our system. So we can see from these instances that the government has been trying for a long time to undermine our education. And when you try to undermine the education of a whole people, it can go beyond just education. Let me give you two historical facts. From 78 AD to 83 AD, the Britons who became the colonial subjects of the Empire of Rome and the Empire of Rome decided to give them inferior education, and the British reacted. The Britons, they reacted. And they did not send their children to school for 2 years. When the British colonized Ireland, they instituted a very filthy educational system to keep the Irish stupid. And in response, the Irish held their children for more than 2 years from going to school. This is documented in Patrick Pearse, the famous Irish revolutionist, who wrote with eloquence, I quote, "The educational system the English have instituted in Ireland is a modern machine. The schools are soulless, and instead of teaching, they destroy. They cannot make men, but they can break them. We will emanate from here. First, when a people are faced with the evils of colonialism or marginalization, they must protect their children from it. And second, that holding back children from a filthy, unproductive educational system is not the invention of Anglophone Cameroon. It dates as far back as 1900 years ago. All knows what the Anglophone are asking for. Withdrawal of thousands of Francophone teachers and 8 Francophone principals from our schools, creation of 2 educational councils to cater for the 2 systems, the creation of complete separation of pedagogic chains in the ministries of education, right down to the classroom, de-Francophonizing the so-called Anglo-Saxon universities of Boya and Bamenda, and instituting the Anglo-Saxon culture of university management. De-Francophonizing and redefining the technical education for the Anglophones. These are just some of the conditions that the teachers and students in Cameroon are asking for in the Anglophone region. Is this something that is so much for the government to do and to put us through this pain that we have gone for so long? And as Professor Munzo and Barrister Bobga said here, even our legal practice in Cameroon, the common law system, has been hijacked because our people are tried in courts by people who don't know the common law. And so justice is not meted. That's a problem. So these issues constitute the fundamental basis of the Anglophone problem. A problem which some books will call a socio-political issue rooted in Cameroon's colonial legacy, between the Germans, the British, and the French. So I am here to also affirm what Professor Munzu and Bobga said, that we have had these problems for too long, and we are looking for real solutions. Initially, the quest for freedom created the Anglophone consciousness, the feeling of being marginalized, exploited, and assimilated by the Francophone-dominated state. In fact, since this crisis started, protests, internet blackout, massive arrests, rape, torture, and deaths. But the irony is that there are still some Anglophones who don't have a clue of what this problem is. And that is why this hall is empty. When my sister picked me up yesterday from the airport, she made me understand that there will be the Southern Cameroon Broadcasting Corporation here today. And that a lot of people are scared to come because they don't want to be seen here. I don't know whether this explains why this hall is empty. But if that is the case, then I think we are not yet ready to actually carry on this struggle. We have to go home and rethink the problems we have and how committed we want to be to it. So because they don't have a clue, they ask some of these questions. What are the protests of the Anglophones about? Let us answer them. Those protests are against the supposed subordinate position of the Anglophones, against acculturation and assimilation of the Anglo-Saxon culture by the majority Francophones. The refusal to discuss any constitutional reforms in this vein have forced Anglophones to clamor for self-determination, autonomy, or complete secession. How is this manifested? There has been a recent offshoots of numerous freedom fighters and movements in the Southern Cameroons. That is beside the old ones that we know. The SCNC, the Southern Cameroon National Council, the Southern Cameroon Consortium Movement, SCCM, the Southern Cameroons People's Organization, SCAPO, the Southern Cameroons in Nigeria, SINGA, the Ambazonia Governing Council, AGC, the Southern Cameroons Youth League, SCYL, the Liberation Movement for Southern Cameroons, LMSC, the Ambazonia Youth Council, AYC, and so on and so on. All of these movements and groups have coalesced into a common frontline movement called the Southern Cameroon Ambazonia Consortium United Front, which Professor Munzu here finds a serious problem with the name. Either because the name is not united enough, or because maybe it's too long. But it's an effort by a people who have been subjugated, trying to unify themselves in a common front and fight for a common purpose. SCACUF is a united front fighting for a common purpose. So that instead of us coming here in Atlanta for the AAG and coming in Boston for the Boston Consortium, different name, we will one day say that we as Anglophone Cameroonians are coming somewhere for a common name. So that is the initiative of SCACUF. If we feel that that name is not good for us and it's not united enough, as part of this argument, we should be thinking about a name that will unite us more and deliver the goods. A governing council has been created. That is the executive arm of the movement. And is working to seek the freedom of its people, at least for now. Whether it's going to succeed or not is a question of time. Also, in the recent conclave, legislative branch is which is a mimic public
Blue Nation, baby.
Stay with me, oh. No leave me, oh.
I love this beat, it's crazy.
One
It's Crazy Productions.
Under when you weather, call me, I could come all in live. On the sun, when you weather, call me, I could run all in live. Anything for you, oh. All I see is you, oh. See them lock say I love.
Blue Nation, baby.
Stay with me, oh. No leave me, oh.
I love this beat, it's crazy.
One
It's Crazy Productions.
Under when you weather, call me, I could come all in live. On the sun, when you weather, call me, I could run all in live. Anything for you, oh. All I see is you, oh. See them lock say I love no go stay. Baby, now them go fail. Cause baby, you don't know. Say you dey my mind. I guess you never know. Say I deeper play for you. See baby, you don't know. Say I truly love you. I'm not teasing you. I could follow you. So baby, stay with me, oh. Mommy, stay with me, oh. Cause you the boss, my baby. See, there's nothing wrong in trying. My cherry cocoa, I'm begging, no. Yeah, see, there's nothing wrong in trying. Hey, my cherry cocoa, I'm begging, no. Hey, girl, I see fire in your eyes.
The able first speaker, followed by the equally able speakers before me, have set the lively tone for this conference. And as you would have noticed, it is a very serious tone, given the theme of this convention, which reminds us, I would suppose, of the clear, present, and real existential danger we are confronted with as a people. So, understandably, the tone is far removed from exuberant self-congratulation. Still, I find rewarding the atmosphere of the lively debate that has been going on, and which I hope, after I'm through, is going to generate, so we all participate in this thing. But I hope to be able to kindle in you the same interest as my able colleagues have been able to do. And so I propose to speak to you on our common resolve to be united in our legitimate aspiration and struggle to be a free people at last and forever. My message is an invitation to you not to be afraid to be free. Psychologists diagnose what they call the Stockholm Syndrome, which speaks to a condition where a person who has been kidnapped and kept in captivity for a long time by the kidnapper eventually comes to see himself in symbiosis with the kidnapper and becomes even afraid to be free. For us, abducted long ago and held captivity in French Cameroons, open prison society, we have become so used to being in prison that we fear to be free. But just as light eventually chases away darkness, every slave eventually frees himself or is set free. So I invite you to have the audacity to be free. Today I propose to share with you two strands of thought, one on the federation narrative and the other on the categorical imperative to be free from colonial subjugation by French Cameroon. Let me hasten to submit to you that federation no longer commends itself to us today. The freedom we cherish, the freedom we seek, the freedom we desire can never be achieved in the context of any form of political arrangement or coexistence with French Cameroon as one polity. The untold massive atrocities, injuries, sufferings, and political, economic, social, and cultural emasculation that French Cameroon has inflicted upon us over the past 6 decades are just too profound, too deep, too wide, too visible to be swept under the carpet for any form of political cohabitation with that country, whether it be federation or whether it be what some people think is okay as present system exists as it is now. In fact, the colonial oppressor has shown no remorse or contrition for these atrocities. And you recall, when this uprising started, from the president down to all his ministers proclaimed that there was no what they call Anglophone problem. A few months down the line, they started telling us, we are doing this, we are doing this, we are proposing this. And you begin to wonder, you said there was no solution, there was no problem. How are you proposing solutions to what you said was not the problem? So like I said, as we speak, I have not heard one single word of remorse or apology for the rape, the killing, the maiming, the abduction and imprisonment of any of our people from that side. So these people, the colonial oppressor, and I'm using here the correct terms, has shown no remorse, has shown no contrition for these atrocities. In fact, if anything, he has not even acknowledged these crimes, let alone committed himself to atone for them or to turn over to a new leaf. Quite the contrary. He behaves like the repeat psychopathic offender. He laughs and boasts about his crimes. He boasts about his cunning. He boasts about his fraud. He boasts about his treachery. He boasts about his violence and his duplicity. And so I say, he is fundamentally evil and untrustworthy. But even in the unlikely event of France ordering him to commit to something, he cannot be trusted to respect his plighted word or even his written commitments. A tiger, we all know, never changes its spots. The tiger spots are part of its DNA. And so no amount of rain, no amount of detergent can change those spots. We should therefore be wise and not make another monumental mistake, this time an eternally fatal mistake. The federalist quest for accommodation of French Cameroons, in my view, suffers from just too many major infirmities. Remember, we started off with federation within the framework of independence by joining. Independence by joining, not independence upon joining. It's a difference between the two. And this journey we're talking about was clearly understood by all concerned as meaning forming a federation of two states equal in status. So there was no question of the Southern Cameroon becoming a part of French Cameroon. In fact, the federation was conceived as a free association status arrangement, and that meant the Southern Cameroon was to become a state connected to French Cameroon, but not part of French Cameroon. French Cameroon, we believed, would honor the agreement it reached with the Southern Cameroons in December 1960. It was never to be. French Cameroon embarked on a path of fraud to annex and recolonize the Southern Cameroon even before the formal termination of trusteeship and the departure of the British. There was a federation, quite all right. That's a factual reality, with a West Cameroon state and East Cameroon state. But French Cameroon contrived in several ways to nullify the working of that federation. And so we found a situation where the so-called federation was thus a mere camouflage for the colonial status of the Southern Cameroons. What did they do? They simply had a two-state system, but they went and created another structure, which they call regions. And so Southern Cameroons at the same time a federated state and all under a prime minister with limited powers, and at the same time it was also what? A region under a federal inspector who was of course a citizen of French Cameroon, thus creating conflicts of competence, conflicts of jurisdiction, and gradually the federal inspector has centripetal powers. In other words, taking things off from French Cameroon and imposing them gradually on the Southern Cameroon. That was not done haphazardly. There was a purpose for that, to eventually nullify the working of the federal system. French Cameroon set out to frustrate, and indeed frustrated, the freely expressed will of the people of the Southern Cameroon for independence and for an autonomous polity within a flexible political structure that safeguarded its identity and within which its culture, its social, economic, political, and personal life would continue worthwhile, dignified, fulfilled, and meaningful ways. We were trusting, very too trusting even. In fact, one might even say naive and unsuspecting. The Southern Cameroon soon found itself trapped in a political structure which is colonial, technically, juridically, economically, socially, politically, in all other ways. And we'll find a situation where thinking heads in French Cameroon have since spoken of a process of what they call satellitisation and phagocytosis of the self-Southern Cameroon began in 1961, ending with the absorption of the Southern Cameroons by French Cameroon. All scholars who have applied their minds to the Southern Cameroon question have correctly come to the conclusion that the Southern Cameroon was indeed annexed by French Cameroon. Now, this is just a sampling of this informed conclusion. Take Pierre Mesmer, who was the last French colonial governor in French Cameroon. He wrote a book in the year 2000 called Les Blancs s'en vont. And he says, the so-called federal constitution provided merely for a sham federation, which was, except in appearance, an annexation of the Southern Cameroons. That's the last French colonial governor speaking. It's not me. Stark, another author, he wrote an article called Federalism in Cameroon, the Shadow and the Reality in 1976. He says, there was no federalism in the sense of a voluntary union between two political units, but rather the absorption of the Southern Cameroons by French Cameroon. Van der Linden, in L'État moderne, Horizon 2000, This is what he says. The federation was merely a smokescreen meant to enable the Southern Cameroon to swallow the bitter pill of its annexation by French Cameroon, as in the case of Eritrea annexed by Ethiopia. Jacques Benjamin, he wrote a book called Les Camerounais Occidentaux in 1972. And he talks of a creeping annexation, a process where gradually the Southern Cameroon is being annexed. And Sinjun Luke is one of the things he had an advisor there in the government in Yaoundé. He wrote a book in 2002. It is called L'État ailleurs. And he says, fédération was une fédération d'absorption, et mieux politique de faire croire, une stratégie d'extension de la République du Cameroun, une stratégie de phagocytose. What he's saying is contrary to what you and I were thinking. That was a federation. Ah, lie, lie, lie. It was simply a strategy, a technique to simply absorb you. Sinju Luke is there, one of the advisors in that country. And this is him writing and talking. And now one of them, Aboya Manasseh, wrote an article called Menace sécessionniste sur l'État Cameroun in Le Monde Diplomatique in 2002. He says, a federal constitution adopted on 1st September 1961, while its autonomy gradually whittled away up to the point of total annexation. The exploitation of oil marked the beginning of the acceleration of the process of enforced franconization of the Southern Cameroons. Mbome François, another one, an article says, les expériences de la révision constitutionnelle du Cameroun. Exactly the same conclusion. Del Tombe, he written a book, a recent book, in 2011. It is called Cameroun, the German way they spell it, une guerre cachée aux origines de la France-Afrique. He says, Ahidjo effected the political asphyxiation of the Anglophone newcomers. His plan, under the pretext of an egalitarian federation, consisted of French tradition. Ahidjo annexed the Southern Cameroons thanks to the help of his clever French advisors. He then quickly embarked on a policy of forcible cultural assimilation with the help of La Coopération Française. Realizing the effects of this enforced political and cultural assimilation, Bernard Follon, a native of the annexed country, quickly sounded the alarm bell. In 2 or 3 generations, said Follon, we shall be French. In 1994, a Frenchman called Philippe Gaillard, he wrote a book, Amadou Ahidjo, Patriote et Despote. He argues and he states very clearly that on 1st October 1961, there was nothing like a border adjustment. Crawford, the international law specialist, in state practice and international law in relation to unilateral secession, he cites the Southern Cameroon an example of a former colonial territory integrated into a state. Ahidjo himself, the master planner, addressing his country assembly on the that UN General Assembly Resolution 1608-15 of 21st April 1961 reunited Cameroon does not appear to be a new state under international law, and that legally reunification, when analyzed, is a mere border adjustment. You hear that? That's Ahidjo speaking. In 2005, Smith wrote a book called Textbook on International Human Rights. At page 275, in respect of the Southern Cameroon, this is what he says. Becoming an independent state was not one of the preferred options, Consequently, the people of the southern Cameroon once again found themselves under foreign rule. Recolonization rather than decolonization was the result. The British government itself, this is what the British government itself says. Speaking through MacLeod, the British Secretary of State for the Colonies, in October 1960, this is what he said. If the plebiscite went in favor of joining Cameroon Republic, arrangement would have to be made for the early termination of trusteeship and the transfer of sovereignty to the Republic of Cameroon. This is the British minister talking. In October 1960, they already talking about transfer of sovereignty. Remember, the plebiscite had not yet taken place. Or is scheming. If it took place and result went that way, we would transfer sovereignty to them. The same Ian MacLeod says, Nigeria was kept fully informed of every move in the discussion of the handover of the Southern Cameroon to Cameroon Republic in a colonial office memo of March 1961. Then Hugh Fraser, the British Undersecretary of State for the Colonies, in October 1961, addressing British Parliament, the House of Commons, public. So you see, by these self-confessed action, the United Kingdom breached the principle of international accountability. What are we talking about? Not the black letter of the law. International accountability with respect to the Southern Cameroons territory that fell under its administration under Chapter 12 of the UN Charter. Authority. And having accepted that, they were supposed to play the rules of the game. So given this reality, it is submitted that sometime when people talk about secession, I consider that uninformed and misconceived. Maybe because they don't understand the international law on the subject of self-determination, or perhaps it betrays inability to use apposite legal terminology, or even simply poverty of thought. And so those who are strenuously arguing that the result of the plebiscite automatically permitted or entailed the integration or absorption of the Southern Cameroon into French Cameroon as part of that country, in my view, are trying to swim against three major currents. The United Nations Charter principle of equal right and self-determination of peoples. All peoples are equal on the right of self-determination. They have the binding United Nations General Assembly Resolution 1514, 15 of the 15th of December, the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples, and the Law on Self-Determination, which is a norm of use cogence. Now, self-determination is a prerogative norm in international law, and it signifies continuous exercise of power. As a result, one cannot argue contradictorily that a country can self-determine itself out of self-determination. It cannot. It's not possible. Now, I know there have been things about when a state has achieved a measure, let's talk about a measure of self-rule, of self-government. The UN has been battling with this in the 40s, and they keep on changing. In the 40s they did that, the 50s they did that, and the 60s they did that. And in any case, the administrating authorities have never considered themselves bound by all of that. They've never. And moreover, the binding United Nations Resolution 1514 of 15 December, the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and People, put a stop to all of that. That declaration is saying, look, we are not interested in all that blah, blah, blah stuff. We are saying, you have a colonial territory, grant them independence without let or hindrance. We don't want to hear a story about lack of economic viability or this or that. Give them independence. Give them, hand them without any reservations or condition. That's what, and that put an end to it. And the United Nations took trouble to ensure that this was a binding resolution. Unlike other General Assembly resolutions, which you know, they are not binding at all. States may obey them, may not obey them. But this was a binding resolution. Now, the Southern Cameroons and French Cameroon do not have a similar history. Never mind, they start telling that Cameroon started in 1884. They forget all the time from 1846, when the chiefs from Bimba right to 89 were concluding treaties with the British. They forgot in 1858, the founding of Victoria, all of that. Nothing. They start their own history in 1884, the German. And they tell you that that's when Cameroon started. A big lie. What did the Germans do in 1884? They got a chunk of land given to by the Douala chiefs in that mud flat area. That's what they had. That's what they had. There was not like a Cameroon, which we're talking of today in 1884. But because of the Berlin Conference, you remember this whole thing about colonial powers. When they landed in the coastal area, they planted a flag. They then said all of the territory, including its hinterland, belong to colonial powers. And that created a lot of problems for the European powers, and they were fighting among themselves for that. The Berlin Conference put a stop to that and said, no. We don't want to hear that anymore. If you claim a piece of territory, it must be effectively occupied. That is when the Germans started pushing inland, planted a flag. And as they conquered one community to another, they planted a flag. That area became part of their Cameroon. And we're moving on like that. So the idea that in 1884, there was suddenly a Cameroon that emerged from the ground and became a country is one flat lie. In fact, the German project at the time of the outbreak of the First World War was not even completed. Have you ever asked yourself why it is that the boundary delimiting the frontier between Nigeria and German Cameroon was in 1913? If it is true that the German Cameroon emerged in 1884, that boundary would have been in 1884. And of course, on the other side, in French Cameroon, it was much more even a later date. So historically, we don't have a similar history. They want you to forget the intense period you have of over 80 years of the British, compared to less than 25 years of German common history together, which was not as intense as we had the British or intense as we had with Nigeria. We have no common language. We have no common state culture. We have no common heritage, cultural heritage. So to argue that by dint of the plebiscite results, the Southern Cameroon became integrated into or was absorbed by French Cameroon would mean the plebiscite was organized to get the Southern Cameroons to cease to exist as a separate political entity and to become an internal colony of French Cameroon. That would be heresy. The UN anti-colonial project was to dismantle and not to foster colonialism. Self-determination is aimed at removing colonial powers and not at substituting a new colonial power for an old one. So the thing about integration, if it was that straightforward, that the UN was interested about one territory integrating another, the question would not have been phrased as it is. The simple, straightforward. Do you want to be integrated in Nigeria? I wanted to be integrated in French Cameroon. That would have been simple and straightforward. But no, it didn't do that. That would have been legal in terms of the UN Charter itself. So they found a way out to talk about independence by joining. And I submit to you that the primary thing was independence. Joining was something which was contingent. And the UN did not say what that joining was. It left it to the two parties to determine for themselves what that joining meant. So if it was a question of saying the plebiscite therefore meant integration, then they would have said, fine. There was no need for discussion between the Southern Cameroon and French Cameroon, just simply integrate. But it wasn't that case. And if it was a case of integration, why do you have all this fraudulent process of saying federation? The United Republic, they will come to what? La République. And then now you'd have noticed, a few days ago, they've surreptitiously begun to talk about United Republic. You would have noticed that. A friend sent to me a ticket from Ethiopian Airline, Douala, United Republic of Cameroon. Whom are they kidding? Here, in some quarters, has been on the table since 1961. And French Cameroon has consistently rejected federalism in words and in action. And in doing so, it has all along proved itself to be fraudulent, oppressive, extremely violent, and completely untrustworthy. In 1985, when Ambazonia was put forward as sovereign branding for our homeland, Fondinka proposed in a new social order, an effort in which I played some little part, a confederation between the Southern Cameroon and French Cameroon. For that commendable effort, he was abducted, subject to life-threatening imprisonment, and to enforced exile. And the same thing befell Mokong. In 1993 and again 1994, my colleagues and I, Simon is here, within the framework of AAC 1 and 2, leaned over backwards and put federalism on the table, yet again, perceptively pleading for its acceptance, lest our people irrevocably decide in the future never to consider it again. We even proposed a draft federal constitution which made adequate and far-reaching constitutional provision for the protection and advancement of the Southern Cameroon and French Cameroon and their mutual relationship. Again, that was rejected and continues to be rejected to this day. The SDF has put the federation since the 90s. Again, this has been rejected. And we find that in an effort to control political thinking and freedom of thought and expression, French Cameroon, what did they do? They moved to ban any private or public discussion on federalism. It has, in fact, since criminalized any discourse on federalism as treason or terrorism, punishable by death. This is part of his damn colonialist grand design to mentally constrict us by presuming to be possessed of godlike powers to decide our fate and our interests and to control our thoughts and our lives, as in George Orwell's 1984. Speaking through its prime minister, French Cameroon recently grudgingly indicated it would tolerate a measure of discussion on a form of federalism. But I doubt whether anyone would going to take that bait. In the circumstances, after 56 years of vain efforts, I cannot possibly see any sane way forward on the federalism front. Surely, our future as a people and our well-being cannot continue to be at the hands of French Cameroon to decide at its whims and caprices and to toy with. Besides, in the unlikely event of federalism being granted, it will not be a constitutive federation of two states equal in status, which was the 1961 condition sine qua non for political association with French Cameroon. Disastrously, it would be a disaggregative federation whereby French Cameroon restructures itself into a federation made of its territorial units, inclusive of the Southern Cameroons. Such a development, I suggest, will definitively sink and entrench us as part of French Cameroon and thus under its melancholic imperium forever. I cannot, I've searched my mind, thought hard, but I cannot possibly conceive of a future in which even a deceptive federation will not be frustrated and murdered as they've done before. Kamto, a former deputy minister in French Cameroon, ventilated the deep-held view of that country when he rhetorically asked, "Mais, le fédéralisme pourquoi faire?" Federalism to do what with? The fact is that federalism, with its concept of split state sovereignty, because that's what it entails, split state sovereignty, and its levels of exercise and control of power, is too sophisticated for French Cameroon to understand, to manage, and to operate. That country, is well to remember, has been brought up in a French tradition of authoritarianism and in a mold of heavy centralization and concentration of power in the center. Despotism is the second nature. In the governance of French Cameroon, I do not see anything now and in 1,000 years to come that will meaningfully and adequately reflect the history, political culture, identity, statecraft, culture, economic and social model of the Southern Cameroons, the language of its public affairs, the secure identity of its people, and the future prosperity and well-being of its people. I don't see that. So federalism is not a viable option that is consistent with the promotion of our identity, our self-respect, dignity, and humanity. We cannot allow ourselves to be tragically downgraded from a distinct and separate territory with a solid history and statecraft to become a footstool of an exploited and oppressed colonial dependency within French Cameroon, which is itself a French neo-colonial outpost, as Barrister Bobga has adequately demonstrated. Look, the common experience of mankind is that people never opt for a detrimental change in their human condition of existence because they would have nothing to gain by such a tragic option. Nobody, even as an individual, even as a group. You don't opt for something that is detrimental for you. You're always looking for something that will better your condition. And so, we refuse to surrender our identity, our culture, our history, our natural resources, which is what they're interested in, not you and I, for all the pretenses they might have. Our political resources and our creative statesmanship. We must continue to fight for freedom with every means recognized by the international community. For if we do not, then French Cameroon colonialism, assimilationist policies, and territorial aggrandizement would irreversibly, within a short few years, we would become extinct as a people, and our homeland would be taken over completely by French Cameroon's invasive and invading communities. So achieving federalism that some are asking for from French Cameroon, depending on the goodwill of French Cameroon. So that if he says no, that ends the story. And if he decides to continue to make noise and so on and so forth, he'll move in its army. They shoot and kill. Nobody even talks about it. It's a sovereign state. So, I don't see the goodwill demonstrated by French Cameroon. That goodwill is lacking. And there is no reason to believe that even in the unlikely event that the colonial oppressor were to institute a federation today, he will not turn around tomorrow and frustrate it and eventually nullify it as did in 61, it did in 72, and in 84. Our memories, constitutions, and their countless decreed amendments made at the ruler's whim and caprice from 1961 to today have all exclusively been the evil schemes of French Cameroon and then imposed upon us. Those documents have been more about presidential powers than about checks and balances or the rights of the people. So, accepting a federation now and by permission of the colonial oppressor, or a Quebec-like status, as some are beginning to suggest, means accepting French Cameroon suzerainty, subjugation, assimilation, and de-identity project. The colonial oppressor might fool some of the people with baits in the form of a promise of a putative biculturalism and other half-baked evanescent token measures considered as a pacification tactic or strategy, considered as a favor and as a matter of grace, because that's what they're doing. It's a favor they're doing to you. It's a matter of grace. For them, it's a question of pacifying you so you stop revolting. But it is all too obvious, even to the blind, that biculturalism can never be an increasing feature of everyday life, ensuring that the people of the Southern Cameroons leverage economic, political, and social power and to take up a significant partnership position in every aspect of governance. And so accepting a federation will be tantamount to confirming and legitimizing the colonizers' territorial aggrandizement claims to and dominion over the Southern Cameroons. Accepting any form of federation or federal arrangement with French Cameroon will be tantamount to killing a second time those of our citizens already assassinated by the colonial oppressor. It will be inflicting further grievous bodily and mental harm to the hundreds of our citizens already maimed or traumatized by French Cameroon. It will be condemning to death our citizens arbitrarily arrested for espousing federalism and illegally imprisoned under life-threatening conditions in that country's gulag. It will be giving retrospective approval to decades of massive abuse, asset stripping, and resource plunder and loot by French Cameroon. I very much doubt that with our eyes wide open, we want to take that combustible route, which even the blind can see leads to nowhere but to hell. When one examines the French concept of the state, one at once sees where French Cameroon's congenital aversion for federalism comes from. The French have no concept and no tradition of self-government. I'm talking of self-government. French Cameroon likewise has none. One searches in vain the history of France or French Cameroon for any time when the competent peoples of each of those countries ever enjoyed self-government. Communities are treated like eternal infants, requiring control, perpetual mothering, and paternalistic oversight. The French conception of a state is not founded and has never been founded on the concept of self-government or devolution of powers. Power sharing between the center and the periphery is an anathema to the French concept of state governance. For the French, political power must belong exclusively to the center and hence the authoritarian unitary state. Now, attempts in revolutionary France by the people of the French province of Gironde in 1793 to secure self-government from the center, from Paris, flopped, as the Jacobins, members of the Republican movement who had seized power in Paris at the time, crushed those people and guillotined them all in a batch, including one of its female leaders, Madame Roland. Since then, the French instinctively betray a pathological aversion for decentralization or devolution of power. We're talking about power, devolution of power. Not administration, I'm talking about of power to subnational entities. Sustained efforts by the people of Corsica, who are only French because Italy handed Corsica to France a year before Napoleon Bonaparte was born. Now, the people of Corsica have been asking to be allowed a measure of self-government. But Paris has always been opposing this. It has now accepted this only within the framework and the context of the European Union constitutional framework on local autonomy. So in France, it is still the Jacobin or unity conception of the state that prevails to this day. That is hardly surprising. The French have a historical, cultural, psychological, attitudinal, institutional, and temperamental weakness for leaders who will, powers like Louis XVI, the Jacobins, Napoleon Bonaparte, Charles de Gaulle. The French adore these people who will total power. That's why I had the concept, even in French Cameroon, talk of, if we're in President F.R.A, you must be strong. For the means you have to. So you find Georges Bidault, a French political science author, posits that federalism implies a certain political or spiritual climate, a climate that is more to political culture than to institutions. So the French inherited political culture of French Cameroon strongly militates against federalism. The reasoning of French Cameroon, like France, is that if a subnational entity were to be constitutionally endowed with its own powers and autonomous structure, it will use them not just to manage its local affairs, but also to constitute within its geographical base a bastion of opposition to policy defined by authorities at the center. And so the rulers of French Cameroon cannot conceive of power at the center, yet limited geographically in area of jurisdiction. In their warped thinking, federalism is advocated by people who place their ethnic or regional interests above those of La République. And this, the reason, leads directly to anarchy. So federalism, they argue, provides a power base to regional political parties, creating a multiplicity of centers of decision-making and thereby leading to anarchy. Of course, these are specious arguments. The truth of the matter is that the French mindset compulsively rejects federalism because it makes the president of the republic less of a guard, less of a long fall by cutting down on his enormous powers and denying him access to state treasury as his private fund. Moreover, the dislike of federalism springs from an intellectual inability to comprehend and manage the concept of unity in diversity and 3 tiers of government, local, state, and national. They don't seem to get this. And so I'll suggest to you, my position is that of an independent Southern Cameroon. We put an end to all this nonsense where we depend on some other people to decide for us what we shall become, who we shall be. One day they say turn left, we turn left, and they turn right, we turn right. Previously, they got us to leave the imperial system of measure and to adopt the metric system. We accepted. They told us start driving on the right, not the left. We agreed. Oh, move from our, we had a continuous system. You work from morning right up to 2:30. They come and told, oh, no, change. We change overnight to 2. It has only, like somebody mentioned here, we have always been at the receiving end, and we're all being traumatized. The pressure is perpetually on us. They over there just sit them quiet and make trouble for us. We have to adjust. We have to do this. We cry, move up and down, and so whereas, geez, you're talking about anything, it has always been like that. So the Southern Cameroon self-determination claim has to be understood and evaluated with reference to the status of people and to claim to territory of the Southern Cameroons. The inhabitants of the Southern Cameroons are a distinct people. They constitute a people under international law, and they have been so recognized by international law. They had a separate and distinct colonial overlord, administration as a United Nations Trust territory. They have a sound historical claim to self-government and self-rule, which they enjoyed from 1954 to 1972. Since they exercise the right to enter into political association with a foreign country, French Cameroon, they are equally entitled by parity of reasoning to exercise the right to exit from that connection. Every right to enter necessarily implies a right to exit. The exercise of that right is not a case of secession. Although even if it's where, as Bobga pointed out, secession is not illegal under international law. Most countries in the world, the present 194 odd countries, have emerged by seceding from one territory to another. That's how the world has been. There are two ways with countries when we talk about state formation. By fission or by coming together. In the contemporary world, it has been a question of splitting. In the case of Kosovo, where the ICJ said there's nothing wrong with unilateral declaration of independence. Now, speaking even about the ICJ, let me just say here that personally, I do not believe that the UN, or I'm not prepared to credit the UN with godlike or the United Nations. It has messed up big time here and there. And as we speak, even up to today, there are countries that even defy Security Council resolutions even, and get over. How many resolutions have been passed? And so everybody says, get to hell with that. And nothing happens. Let us not be fooled because some group will sit there and power the call resolution, therefore must necessarily accept. That's what killed us in 1960. We should have told them we're not accepting that. Having learned, now in a better position, we'll tell them no. Every country in the world goes to the United Nations and uses it. The British are very clear on this. The Americans are clear on this. The French are clear on this. The UN is simply a tool to be used to promote national interest, rather locally or internationally. He doesn't say that interest, the back of. So I would hot about UN resolution, especially General Assembly resolution, which we all know, except for relating to finance, are not binding at all. And where there is bad law, a law is bad. We have a duty to disobey that law. It is not because it is called a law that one necessarily accept it. Can. I know Simon did refer to the other two countries with a similar situation like us, talking about integration. But Rwanda, Urundi, was linked up to the Congo, just like we were linked up to Nigeria. There was no integration there. On the contrary, what happened with them? They were split into two countries, Rwanda and Burundi, split into two. Somalia, let's be very careful. The two Somalis, or whatever, they both had independence granted to them. And the fact that British Somaliland enjoyed independence 1 week doesn't change anything from a legal position. It was granted independence. Then the two countries, independent countries, decided to come together to fuse, and they called Somalia, which they now regret. And since then, you always had British Somaliland has been enjoying its distance. Never mind that countries pretend not to be dealing with it. How has it been existing the past 20, 25 years? They recognize it. The de facto recognition that is there in that instance. Even the case of the Togo, when the United Nations wanted to have the two Togos, the British and the French, to have a plebiscite, the two of them, the French refused. The French refused. Why did the French refuse? If they had allowed the two and a unitary tally of vote, both Togos would have been part of Ghana because of the strong, heavy, Ewe population that still astride both. And so it affected only British Togoland. But even then, all of that took place before independence. Before independence. When the two countries then, then they achieve independence as one country called Ghana. I will submit that if our situation had been a similar situation, that before French Cameroon achieved independence, and then would have been with them, and then achieve independence as one. The arguments now are much more strong that look, we are part of it, we achieve independence together, and by the principle of uti possidetis, you have your boundaries stated and so on and so forth, and therefore trying to move out be a clear case of secession under those circumstances. Even though, as I submit, even if it's secession, it is not illegal under international law. And most countries have been seceding from one country after the other throughout the ages. There's nothing wrong with that. So I think the cases are not as clear-cut as that, saying that integration, therefore you go and you get integrated, and that is it. They're not as clear-cut as that. And it is my understanding, in Northern Cameroon case, Ahidjo went there, claiming to represent what he called the people of Cameroon. And the ICJ said, who are these people? Who mandated you? He could not articulate it. And they said, in any event, as far as this matter is concerned, the UN has already decided to decolonization. These people are gone. So for us, that chapter is closed. But I'm not persuaded, even with the ICJ, that just because it has decided something, the ICJ is also a guard and cannot make a mistake. Look at the whole series of Southwest African cases brought by Ethiopia, brought by Liberia. The ICJ messed up big time. Big time. Was only in subsequent decision in the 70s and in 71 corrected the mistake they made. So rulings of the ICJ, and in many instances where the ICJ has made a mistake. And in any case in the ICJ, you don't have this strict principle of res judicata. It's not because they decided one thing yesterday that today will exactly decide it in exactly the same manner, and so on. Because those principles would not apply. And in any event, there's a big difference between the Northern Cameroon case and the Southern Cameroon case. Look at Resolution 1608. What does it say in respect of Northern Cameroons? It clearly says that as of the 1st of June, you will become part of the Sardauna province of Nigeria. Why did you not say the same thing in respect of the Southern Cameroon? They come 1st October, you become part of Southern Francophone, French Cameroon, or a province or the Western province of French Cameroon. He never said that. You are dealing here with two different territories, and the UN Visiting Mission has made it very, very clear that as between the Southern Cameroon and Northern Cameroon, these are two distinct territories. Levels of development, very, very different. There was no such thing like self-government in Northern Cameroon. There was no such thing there. They had no parliament there. They had no prime minister. Northern Cameroon actually was split into communities. People were just in local government. So it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing in that respect. So the UN again, there is the decolonization committee in the UN. Cases that come up where the UN has erroneously classified countries as decolonized. If you look at the UN document, they say the Southern Cameroons as one of the states that have decolonized. But what do they say? In what state do they get into? They can't say. They repeat the same thing, joining. Why didn't they say integration? Or why didn't they say become independent? Or why didn't they say this? They just use the same way they used at that time, they say joining. This is a UN document. The point I'm trying to make is that the UN itself hasn't got a clear mind on this whole thing. And I'll be perfectly happy if the ICJ were to pronounce itself on the kind of thing you're having amongst the Palestinians asking. You must say, what is status? French Cameroon is claiming that you became their dependency and part of their colony. Some people say, oh, we become a federal decision, a part of them. What does it mean? Being part of it means what? If you've been decolonized, come what? There must be a juridical pronouncement on that issue. I will need it. So going to the ICJ is not that useless. When Morocco moved in and occupied the Western Sahara, the UN itself sought an advisory opinion from the ICJ. When Morocco was bringing this about historical consolidation, they said, come and get out. This is all nonsense. Historical consolidation in this day and age, that has been rejected a long time ago. It's not because it had some history or some territory that means that you become one country. Because if that were so, the whole of Western Europe would become part of what? Italy too, because you're under Roman Empire. That's what it should be. Historical consolidation. And that was with Nigeria, when Nigeria was trying to claim the Bakassi on the basis that, history shows that the Calabar people, chiefs, and blah, blah, they say, come on, don't go down that road. No, we're not going down that road. It's too complex for us. When Iraq invaded Kuwait, that's what they're arguing. They would have been part of us. We're only taking what belongs to us. The international community said, no, sir, it does not belong to you. No, that days are gone. And the southern Cameroon is much, much stronger, not only because they are recognized and people, but also because they have a solid territory that belongs to them, protected by international treaty boundaries. And these have not been removed. They are still there. And even if Laripu tries to do that, he cannot do it unilaterally. It's not permissible under international law for it to do it. These things are there. They can't change them. You can't get overnight. Because if it were possible, Laripu would have done that long time ago. Long time. So we have a solid claim to territory as people. We have a solid claim to territory to self-determination as a people. And because we have a distinct territory that belongs to us, it is our homeland. And that is what we must bequeath to our children. They have a homeland where they can grow, give the best of themselves, and become people, go about their different things without any let or hindrance, without being discriminated against and being called all kinds of labels. You are a Biafran, you are a terrorist, you are this thing. This kind of trauma which is being heaped on our people every day. Each of us from the southern Cameroon is either a terrorist or a potential terrorist in their eyes. So by way of conclusion, we should never forget or treat lightly the fact that in 1961 we voted first and foremost for independence. What decolonization all about? Independence. If there's any doubt about this, anybody should go and read the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Territories and People. It makes that very, very clear. When the UN then decided, we are sick and tired of all this game being played by colonizing powers. Now, simply hand over power and leave. That's all. The phraseology of the 1961 plebiscite question underscored the fact that the Southern Cameroon had to vote and voted first and foremost to achieve independence. Joining was contingent, and it meant connected to, but not part of, French Cameroon. Being connected to that country had to be in terms of the signed published agreement by both parties in the form of a constitutive federation of two states equal in status. Notice, the plebiscite question was not, do you wish to achieve independence? Was, do you wish to achieve independence by joining? It was not, do you wish to achieve independence upon joining? The difference between the two. If you have to achieve independence upon joining, it means you join, and then by dint of that journey, you then become independent. That is not what the question said. Nor did the plebiscite question say, you wish to achieve reunification by becoming part of French Cameroon. This thing about reunification that you hear French Cameroon has been using over and over is an instrumentalist terminology to keep ramming into your head that you are part of them, and therefore we're only simply getting back what belongs to us, as they've always been saying. So there was no reunification. The UN, I don't know where the proceeding thing about reunification or unification, it was not there. Nobody was voting for reunification. In fact, if they had to talk about reunification, it would have been more the proposition of going with Nigeria, because after those, how many years with Nigeria, we were going back. That would make more sense of reunify with Nigeria. But no, that didn't say so. Those advocating for Nigeria instead talking about integration and so on. Significantly, the United Nations in April 1961, French Cameroon voted against the independence of the Southern Cameroon and even against political association. Why did they have to cast a negative vote? When they asked show a vote of hands, because there are two series of votes. One, those who want independence of the Southern Cameroon, show of hands, they counted. Two, those who want association between the Southern Cameroons and this. In both instances, French Cameroon cast a negative vote. Why? So after casting a negative vote at the United Nations, French Cameroon simply proceeded to annex the Southern Cameroon in September 1961. It imposed armed occupation and colonial rule in October 1961, following the concomitant termination of trusteeship and the departure of the British. Since then, French Cameroon has attempted to procure its territorial aggrandizement and colonial project in two primary ways. But what they are doing is territorial aggrandizement, impermissible under international law. You don't seem to grab territory which does not belong to you. So two ways. First, through a long and sustained campaign of armed terrorization of the people in a hopeless effort to get them to submit to colonial subjugation. What did they do in October? This terrorization was hinged around a number of laws. You know the terrorism law, what they call subversion law. You all know about the Calais. You know all about this whole thing. And the indefinite declaration of a state of emergency. Oh, that was things was 45. And our people lived under a terrible time. And who were in charge? The military were in charge. The gendarmes were in charge. The military presence there, the gendarme president, the police president, they were speaking a language and operating within a culture which was alien to our people. Our people were used to seeing policemen with a baton stick. That was all. But this is what happened now. And everybody, and they cheekily turned around to tell us that la peur de gendarme est le commencement de la what? Sagesse. You start fearing gendarme. The moment you start fearing the gendarme, then means you have some sense in your head. And then the other technique it uses is through the use of fraud, mendacity, corruption, and deceit. That is its its standard way of doing things. Fooling, and they laugh about it. That they call you Ayangwe fool. Because you're so stupid, they can fool you, cannot even see. You're a stranger, they call you there. You're a F.R.A. Whom have they not called? Ordinary citizens, even an MP is talking this in the parliament there, who is from myself, they say it's a Biafran. A Nigerian is a stranger. And we want to seek and accommodate with these people who have no regard for you. They look low on you and look at you with contempt. The earlier believed that we could sanitize that French Cameroon, put some sense in their head, institute democracy, institute open society. We tried that, it has failed. And so French Cameroon territorial claim to the Southern Cameroon is sometimes presented as a historical common connection of the Germans. But that historical German connection lasted less than 25 years, compared with 35 years of Nigerian connection and 88 years of British connection. That claim is nothing but a territorial aggrandizement claim which has no basis in international law. Similar claims founded on history have consistently been rejected by the ICJ and the international community. Look at the Southwest Africa case. Look at the Western Sahara case. Look at the East Timor case. Look at Eritrea versus Ethiopia. Look at Kuwait and Iraq, and even Cameroon and Nigeria, the ruling on the point of the appurtenance of the Bakassi Peninsula. And so just because the Southern Cameroon had with French Cameroon some brief history together under German rule does not mean both countries have to be together. And it does not mean both have a common future together. No. The Southern Cameroons and French Cameroon are not going in the same direction. They cannot therefore work together. Two cannot work together unless they are agreed and are going in the same direction. the destiny, liberty, happiness of the people of the Southern Cameroon is far greater than the tragic history with toxic French Cameroon. It is now time to delete and terminate that tragic country from our collective memory computer, for the date of expiry of our colonial oppression is at hand. French Cameroon, all know, is a ramshackle regime of highly personal rule, to borrow the apt language of informed scholarship. It is essentially deficient in institutional authority and organizational capacity. The independence and survival of that country is not, as in the case of other states, contingent on its credibility as an authoritative and capable political structure. Its independence, which has been described as flag independence, and as the French themselves call it, l'indépendance fictive. The French say it, it's not me. The French say it, they've always said so. That so-called independence is guaranteed by the world community of states, especially as embodied in the United Nations. So that country exists primarily by means of international legitimacy, that's all. Its sovereignty derives far more from right than from fact. It uses its external state sovereignty to impose colonial rule upon the people of the Southern Cameroon. We must demolish that colonial dispensation as a matter of duty and as a matter of right. Let me end by repeating familiar wisdom of the sages. All truth passes through three stages: ridicule, opposition, and then acceptance as self-evidence. The truth of our freedom, of our redemption, was first ridiculed as secessionist beat. It is now being opposed by the colonial oppressor as extremist, a term that is an abuse of language in this context. Tomorrow, it will be accepted as self-evident and inevitable. Extremism, people fighting for independence are always extremists. The UPC, the Bassa, the Bamileke fighting for independence for French Cameroon, the Bia and Hijo treated them as extremists. When independence came, they were the ones enjoying it. Bia is enjoying it today. He never contributed one thing in fighting for that independence. So the extremists do the work, and as they say, monkey the walk, bamboo the chop. Yes. So to your generation, I echo this familiar Frantz Fanon admonition. Each generation, out of its own fulfill it or betray it. You have that choice. You fulfill that mission, you betray it. Now, in the face of the Herculean task confronting us, I would say, humbly, that it is better to die for a living idea, which is freedom, than to live for a dead idea in our context, which is federation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As you will all agree with me, you've had quite a dose of diversity of opinion and views on this issue. And so it is time for the rest of us now to jump into the discussion and get into the crux of the matter, have them answer some questions for us, have our opinions also presented during the panel discussion. But before we do that, let's all thank all of our presenters again. Where's Dr. Munzo? Okay. He. So again, let's, I will just call the names. We'll just give one big thank you to all of them. We had Dr. Munzo as a keynote speaker. We had Barrister Bobga as a key guest speaker. We had Mr. Rufus Takan as a key guest speaker. And we just rounded up with a formidable talk from Professor Carson Ayangwe. So let's give them all a round of applause. So thank you all very much. The first part of our discussion is over. While we are taking in all of what we've learned so far and heard so far, we should also take in what will give us the energy to do the second part. So I think it will be time to, the ladies will help us organize how we get some food. But as I said earlier, in the interest of time, once we've eaten through a couple of minutes and we see that our panelists are okay to begin the discussion, we will set up and get that started. Thank you.
I just say a word, please. Is there anybody here who doesn't want to be on camera? Because we're just getting our crowd. I, for one, I'm not afraid of being on camera. Unlike Professor Ayangwe say, it's a fight that we have to have, and we cannot have it by being afraid of the enemy. I think. Well, no, it is true that we need to be wise. I can tell you that there are people in the territory of challenging these people which are not on them. I looked at it and I'm like, and that's annoying because if slavery was going on today, I would join. So if there's somebody who doesn't want to be on camera, if there's somebody who doesn't want to be on camera, first, let me ask that. Okay, thank you.
Blue Nation, baby.
Stay with me, oh. No leave me, oh.
I love this bit, it's crazy.
One
It's Classic
charcoal.
Productions.
Under it, when you weather, call me, I go come all in live. On the sun, when you weather, call me, I go run all in live. Anything for you, oh. All I see is you, oh. See them lock out, say our love no go stay. Baby, now them go fail. Cause baby, you don't know. Say you dey my mind. I guess you never know. They are deeper play for you. See baby, you don't know. Say I truly love you. I'm not teasing you. I could follow you. So baby, stay with me, oh. Mommy, stay with me, oh. Cause you the boss, my baby, yeah. See, there's nothing wrong in trying. My cherry cocoa, I'm begging, no. Yeah, see, there's nothing wrong in trying. Hey, my cherry cocoa, I'm begging, no. Hey, hey, girl, I see fire in your eyes. Try, and then I start to realize, oh, say that you are blessing me in disguise. You know what I'm searching. Cause baby, you don't know. Say you did my mind. I guess you never know. They are deeper play for you. See baby, you don't know. Say I truly love you. I'm not teasing you. I go deep, follow you. So baby, stay with me, oh. Mommy, stay with me, oh. Stay with me, oh. Cause you the boss, my baby. See, there's nothing wrong in trying. My cherry cocoa, I'm begging, no. Yeah, see, there's nothing wrong in trying. Yeah, my cherry cocoa, I'm begging, no. See, stay with me, oh. Yeah, no leave me, oh, no leave me, oh. Yeah, stay with me, oh.
I love this bit, it's crazy. It's Classic
Cause baby, you don't know. Say you did my mind. I guess you never know. They are deeper play for you. See baby, you don't know. Say I truly love you. I'm not teasing you. I could follow you. So baby, stay with me, oh. Mommy, stay with me, oh. Cause you the boss, my baby. See, there's nothing wrong in trying. My cherry cocoa, I'm begging, no. Yeah, see, there's nothing wrong in trying. Hey, my cherry cocoa, I'm begging, no.
I said that when we were growing up, we saw these SCNC people. We saw these SCNC people. They were like, we saw the SCNC. We thought that they were old people who left like for big government. They are angry with Bobga and now they have joined the movement. But now, look at, we are in our 20s, 30s. We are fighting. Do you want to leave this fight for others? You can't leave this fight. Fight. You can't leave it. You have to fight. You can't leave it. You have to fight. You have to fight. You can't leave it. You can't leave it. Fight. You can't leave it. You can't. You can't leave it. You can't leave it. You can't leave it. You have to fight. You have to fight. You have to fight. You can't leave it for the future. You have to fight. Take back your land. Take back your land. You have to fight. Fight. You can't leave it for the future. You can't leave it. Fight. You think we don't like to come home? You think we don't like to come home? We love to come home. We love to come home. We love home. We have missed. We have missed our parents also. We miss family. You don't love to come home. We love to come home. You have to fight. You have to fight and secure motherland. You can't give up. You can't give up. You cannot give up. Not now. You can't give up. You can't give up. You can't give up. You can't give up. No one people are still in jail. No one people have died. You can't give up. You have to fight to the end. Do what you can do at your own level. Share the SMS. You can't give up. Share it. Share the message. Observe those towns. Keep this home. You can't do that. You can't do it. You have the power to do it. You have the power to do it. You have the power to do it. You can do it. I'm sorry, guys. I think I have to end it now. Please, thank you very much. Just do what you're doing, same motherland. I have to end this show now. Thanks. God bless you.
The cracks again. Mix man on the beat, yeah. She want my money, but she know I'm carry belly. She want my love, want my love. She want my money, but she know I'm carry belly. She want my love, want my love. Baby girl, you can call me Bobby. Baby girl, you can call me Bobby. Like the way you they call me Bobby. Like the way you they call me Bobby. I beg, call me Bobby. Sugar don't they, yeah. Hold on, Bobby. My music is sweeter. I say, hold on, Bobby. The fuck say at all, you know me say at all, at all, yo. I go give you love, $10. She they do me $10. I'm liking the way she dey call me Bobby. She want my money, but she know I'm carry belly. She want my love, want my love. She want my money, but she know I'm carry belly. on the PTA. I bet I call me Bobby.
Jolly no baba. Me I know men where they get the money. Me I know men where they like to jolly. Oh man going. Na 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 na. From Lubumbashi. Yeah. Too much money, na na na. And we call them Pedro. Oh, we spending new money, yo. New money, yo. We buying Bugatti, yo. Oh, Bugatti. Also we cruising Ferrari, yo. Oh, Ferrari. We wearing Versace, yo. Oh, Versace. Baby Benga. Yele, lele, 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 you be rubber. Aye. Baby Benga. Yele, lele, 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 you be rubber. You don't use a chuku 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 mahado. You don't use a chuku 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 mahade. You dey make me dey shout the allergy, allergy, allergy. You dey make me dey shout the allergy, allergy. Ah, you dey make me dey shout the allergy, allergy, allergy. You dey make me dey shout the allergy, allergy. Lengo manani, ah, lengo manani.
Manda baby see, man on double see. Make you know they fear. Girl, you put up for gear. I'm shooting money like spear. Give it to me, my dear. I'm drinking bottle of spades. I got money, my dear. Turn up the music. You DJ, turn up. Turn up the music. You DJ, turn up. We spending new money. We buying Bugatti. We cruising Ferrari. We wearing Versace.
Baby Benga. Yele, lele, 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 you be rubber. Aye. Baby Benga. Yele, lele, 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 you be rubber. Aye. You don't use a chuku 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 mahado. You don't use a chuku 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 mahade. You dey make me dey shout the allergy, allergy, allergy. You dey make me dey shout the allergy, allergy. Ah, you dey make me dey shout the allergy, allergy, allergy. You dey make me dey shout the allergy, allergy. Lengo manani, ah, lengo manani. I say we spending new money, we spending fresh money, fresh money. I say we spending our money, our money. We spending money.
Hey yo, Slim. Links. It's Easy Pancha.
Mod House Entertainment.
Oh no.
Blue Nation.
Yeah.
Take up. 2, 3, go.
Back in the days, they say I declare so. Back in the days, they say I don't play. As I the walk for road, the boss, they start to laugh. Now when them see me, them boss. All my men, they be boss. Do you remember me? Remember me? Do you remember me? I'll be that petty for quarter. Do you remember me? Oh no, remember me? Do you remember me? I'll be that petty for quarter.
My brother left him. This life as you see now, wire. Now so we take him. With the grind, a fire. But then we learn him. If life give you na lemon, take him. Squeeze him hard, na limonade, and then enjoy him. Amasa left him. I don't suffer, and you self you know him. Mon ami lesser, who go don't bless him. No man can curse him. Petit for quarter, na me, I no be cutter. Yet I go cut you the cafe, my brother. I know say you remember.
Do you remember me? Remember me? Do you remember me? I'll be that petty for water. Do you remember me? Oh no, remember me? Do you remember me? I'll be that petty for water. Petty for water. remember you remember me. I know say remember we, oh. Picking for quarter me, and so me. I'm still the same mommy. I be that petty for quarter. Time that they change, oh boy. I'm still the same. Back in the days, c'était le feu, ça casse, ça passe. Give me, I give you rules, no change. So we chop 'em and give the people to chop 'em. Now so yeah, chop 'em. Nyama chop 'em. Now levels the change, oh boy. I beg no check 'em. I dey like to zip and charcoal, boy. I still remember you. No matter where today I had my brother. Remember me. Do you remember me? Remember me. Do you remember me? I'll be the petty for water. Do you remember me? Oh no, remember me. Do you remember me? I'll be the petty for water. Petty for water. I'll be the petty for water. Petty for water. I'll be the petty for water. Petty for water. I'll be the petty for water. Petty for water. I'll be the petty for water. Petty for water. I'll be the petty for water. Petty for water. I'll be the petty for water. Petty for water. I'll be the petty for water. Petty for water. I'll be the petty for water.
It's got own on the bit.
Since then we been on a lot of things. Our first kiss was filled with anointing. But then God never get a boy in con, cause the ex then be act overdone. But baby, I swear I be blonde. Yeah, don't know the chap past my blunt. I can't lie, you're the best thing, you're interesting. Above all, you're a blessing. But your friends hate that we dating, so they hating. I break up, they be waiting. But that I am sure they cannot see, cause my feelings are deep like the Red Sea. Give me the freedom of speech to keep telling you exactly how I feel. Now I watch my heart self pass MTV. Cause now for day where you base, I am more so a bungadi dengue. You just so make my heart is saka na zenge. All these other girls in a kinde. I feel look you all day like my tele. I can't collapse for clear your doubts. I feel it down for you self around about. Just to show you what true love is all about. For my action, you know no be empty mouths. I protect you, I'm a bracket. Cover you, I go be your blanket. And I see die for your walkets. I go love you today where I keep walking. Tell you how I feel. Tell you that this love is real. Give me freedom of speech, baby. Give me freedom of speech so I can tell you how I feel. Tell you that this love is real. Give me freedom of speech, baby. Give me freedom of speech so I can tell you.
Local. Give me the mic, yo.
Baby, my love is blind, yo. Même si je suis aveugle, I don't feel it for you behind, yo. Now you be the nyango where they blow my mind. ici, oh my girl. Tu m'as tout donné, cet amour est doux comme le punky, oh my girl.
Everything about you is royalty. Your body no original royalty. Me baby, just say me a grown up for catch. I know they used to royalty. Your papa tonight make a follow you, mon bébé, oh. On va s'échapper, oh. Your mama tonight make a follow you, mon bébé, oh. On va s'échapper, oh. Baby, I love you.
Be my princess, I can take a bullet for your beauty. This kind of love to give me sugar sweetness. Specifically, you be my duty now. Okay, let's go, my baby mama. Give me all you got. No be tried by air, I'm living never. Many think I'm bad, that's a bloody woman I'm thinking lately, though. Whether to come your home, know that your papa go ask me plenty, though. We gonna take it slow for 1 or 2. I love you and I'm here for good. Sissy, no be the money they make me come your neighborhood, sissy. I don't get catty like I know be prince. I don't get body can look my jeans. But I can promise a loving and best love for life, sissy. Bébé, je te amo, tu me fais de ré, mi fa sol, latido, oh oh. Tu brilles comme les poimeaux dans le team, mon amour, ça tu me fais de ré, mi fa sol, latido, oh oh.
Everything about you is royalty. Your body no original royalty. Me baby, just say me a grown up for catch. I know they used to royalty. Baby, I love you.
Sounds sweet melody. Voice I spit out, make you laugh out your lungs like comedy. Whatever happiness you get is my joy, and hopefully je vais te donner toutes ces que j'ai along with subsidy. Cock, guess who goes there? My love is knocking at your inner heart with no fear. Give me the chance to prove myself and everything I don't preach, yeah. I know the fear your dad can present myself well. I'm your soldier for life. I go do more for you, CC till I reach 95. If they like the fire catapult of jealousy, no think I put us on, now we go live together till I make you my wife.
Everything about you is royalty. Your body no original royalty. Me baby, just say me a grown up for catch. I know they used to royalty. Baby, I love you.
Près de toi je serai toujours là. T'es le genre de bébé qu'on peut pas.
Oh, thank you, Papa God, she's a blessing. I wanna give love like I never did before. Pour avoir ton cœur, je ferai ce qu'il faut.
Yeah. Je veux que tu sois ma chérie. I go convince your papa. For you, baby, I'm ready. Je gravirai l'Himalaya. I go do anything for you. Hey, my baby, no cry, oh. Baby, now you be my titular. Do it. Now for you, I go cut my dada. Baby, oh, I know say now, but I know day. But everything I go share it. Now only you I go commenter. I go tackle, we no go foire. Call me anytime I go day. Bad fashion I go throw it. I go pamper you, you no go play it. We go deliver. go better. Shushu oh, he go better. Kuku oh, he go better. Mama oh, he go better. My baby oh, he go better. Nunu oh, he go better. Nyango eh, he go better. Sheri Coco. If anybody may I say you do, I go sample them, not for line. I go fire them, honey, do. Just with your love, girl, I don't belly fool. To every other girl, they pray fool. You did make me dance at Talaku. It be like you used juju, huh? I know say now better know day, but everything I go share it. Now only you I go come on there, I go tackle, we no go fire. Call me anywhere, I must get it. Bad fashion I go throw it, I go pamper you, you no go play it. We go deliver, eh. Do oh. He go better, shushu oh, he go better, kuku oh, he go better, mama oh, he go better, my baby oh, he go better, Lulu oh, he go better, Nyango eh, he go better, Sheri Coco. F.R.A Records. I go make you my wife, the mother of my child. I go love you for life. Now for you I go die. Moi je t'aime, je t'aime, je t'aime, je t'aime. Moi je t'aime, je t'aime, je t'aime, je t'aime, baby. I love you.
Local.
Thank you, Lord. Oh, everything where I get now a blessing. I wanna see my mama riding galado someday. I cannot stop. Thank you, Lord. Oh, everything where I get now a blessing. I wanna see my mama riding galado someday. Cannot stop. Bon là je ne dors pas la nuit. Dehors pour chercher le buisson. Ils diront femme là et diront oui je crois. À genoux devant le Christ. Man j'avance avec ceux qui veulent bien me suivre. J'ai failli d'être, j'ai pas le temps, il faut que je puisse. Ah, yeah, Nassi Benta Lambo. Bitch I want more. Rock and roll. I wanna get on the stage, set the roof on fire. Sing for my pretty girl. I want more. Rock and roll. I wanna get on the stage, set the roof on fire. And sing for my pretty girls. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Lord. Oh, everything where I get now a blessing. I wanna see my mama riding galado someday. I cannot stop. Thank you, Lord. Oh, everything where I get now a blessing. I wanna see my mama riding galado someday. I cannot stop. Don't play with us, Lord. Don't play with us, Lord. No. Don't play with us, Lord. Don't play with us, Lord. No. Don't play with us, Lord. 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 No. Oh Lord, oh Lord. J'ai pris pour ceux qui me targetent. Tapis dans l'ombre. The wrongs that I've done, sorry. For the wrongs that I've done, sorry. Yeah, they want me to be Gandhi. I cannot be none but me. I love that, be somebody.
us, love. No. Don't play with us, love. Don't play with us, love. No. Don't play with us, love. Don't play with us, love. No. S'ils pensent qu'on s'arrêtera là, ils se sont trompés. Une villa pour la maman, telle est la visée. La visée, la visée. Asomaloba. Dis-moi. Tell them they need to know. I get this feeling in my heart, oh. I put this feeling on the beat and my people go crazy. I get this feeling in my heart, oh. I get this feeling that my dreams can come true, yeah, yeah. I get this feeling in my heart, oh. I put this feeling on the beat and my people go crazy. I get this feeling in my heart, oh. I get this feeling that my dream can come true, yeah, yeah. Thank you, Lord, oh. Everything where I get now, blessing. I wanna see my mama. Don't play with us, love, no, no.
Huh, oh boy, problem there. Problem there. Huh, oh boy, problem there. Papa God, you there for heaven, the Louis will go remain so. The situation inside this moko, the make money head the banjo. Papa God, I there on my knees. Me, I want be us for air. Then offense with money, make it official, come be say my best man. Let you pay 10 money bella. Make it pack and they stay with me for Kumba. Convince Biget, convince Dangote, whether we all the properties for me. Why not suspect me? I not do not to let suspect me. If I see you I like I'm a use it, I take an achieve where achieve. No. Well, not suspect me. I not do not to let suspect me. If I see you I like I'm a use it, I take an achieve where achieve. No. Well, not suspect me. Anything I do, not suspect me. If I see you I like I'm a use it, I take an achieve where achieve. No. Adequate never dame. Found in the chop con they love me at the tramle. I cash one abona makuka ma chopper on a talk say achieve. Eh me I no get fun. Don't petty say carry three galaxy. I you said I take one I push in you down a talk say achieve. Oh boy in good man no day. How una fi say West Bank go do dame. Ele for mutu kunjinga man say na dame fondos. Si le pay your vest, le do, le go, refuse le way.
Ne tentez pas votre bêtise.
Problem no day. Papa God, send Jesus fast, my chapter of war. Sin that they had, none of today at the increase of friend. Electric beat, you not gonna leave me a rest. Man go leave villa, step life for down. Go back and leave now for face me and face you. Gary a definition, problem day. Why not suspect me? I not do not to let suspect me. If I see you I like I'm a use it, I take an achieve where achieve. No. Why not suspect me? I not do not to let suspect me. If I see you I like I'm a use it, I take an achieve where achieve. No. Why not suspect me? Anything I do, not suspect me. If I see you I like I'm a use it, I take an achieve where achieve. We there for Liwa, pressure the enter the bar any can. The flop on for table, I take one a shock, pressure the vex. Una want take any can cook soup. Oh boy, in good man no day. How una fi say West Bank go do dame. My neighbor get 5 million, I go for borrow tempo. He give me agenda. The next day, Bangzi they enter. They carry the budget, they take like the waka. If I food for the inside this boko situation, he said for Donya. If I see you I like I'm a use it, I take him. Why not suspect me? Papa God, I need 50 jeep, 52 private jet. Banks everywhere, me papi London and Bundes here for me. It is a problem there, because it is a problem there. Problem there. Papa God, you there for heaven, so you know this year. Papa God, send Jesus fast, instead it boko otino ninya. Why not suspect me? I not do not to let suspect me. If I see you I like I'm a use it, I take an achieve where achieve. No. Why not suspect me? I not do not to let suspect me. If I see you, I like I'm a user that take an achieve where achieve. No. Well, not suspect me. Anything I do, not suspect me. Wow. If I see you, I like I'm a user that take an achieve where achieve. No. Huh, over problem there. Wow. Huh, over problem there. No.
Je t'ai déjà dit que la fille est bonne fille pour toi. Faut la laisser. Moi, la dernière fois qu'elle est venue, tu sais avec qui elle était.
Moi, je veux la go là.
Oui.
Pas mettre d'abord. Magasco, tu n'aimes pas suivre les conseils des frères. Laisse la fille là. Dan boy là, voilà alors.
Chiboso.
Baby girl, I go give you money. Give you sweet, you go call me police. Hey, girl, I go give you money. Give you sweet, you go call me police. Hey, if you go give it to me. If only say you go give it to me. Hey, if you go give it to me. If only say you go give it to me. Hey, bang bang. Going bang now. Bang bang. Going bang now. Hands in the air, like you don't care. Right foot for day, and do your rotation. Hands in the air, like you don't care. Right foot for day, and do your rotation. Je suis désolé, I'm telling my baby, je suis désolé. You know that I got you, wait no day. You know that I got you, wait no day. Je suis désolé, I'm telling my baby, say wait no day. You know that I got you, wait no day. You know that I got you, wait no day. Baby girl, I go give you money, give you sweet, you go call me police. Hey, girl, I go give you money, give you sweet, you go call me police. Hey, if you go give it to me, if only say you go give it to me. Hey, if you go give it to me, if only say you go give it to me. Hey, bang bang. Going bang now. Bang bang. Going bang now. The way you fly, you the making my body the waka. If I take you for the night, will you show me the matter? Baby girl, I go give you money. When them say money no day, I go show you money. When them say money no day, je suis désolé. I'm telling my baby, je suis désolé. You know that I got you, wait no day. You know that I got you, wait no day. Je suis désolé. I'm telling my baby, say wait no day. You know that I got you, wait no day. You know that I got you, wait no day. Money, give you sweet, you go call me police. Hey, girl, I go give you money. Give you sweet, you go call me police. Hey, if you go give it to me, if only say you go give it to me. Hey, if you go give it to me, if only say you go give it to me. Hey, bang bang. Going bang now. Bang bang. Going bang now. If you go give it to me, if only say you go give it to me. Hey, if you go give it to me, if only say you go give it to me. Hey, bang bang. Going bang now. Bang bang. Going bang now.
The cracks, Yeats on the beat. Tu es belle, mon joli bébé. Tu es belle, African bébé. If you do me well, I go do you well. If you do me well, I go do you well. When I hustle get galon, I go open your salon. I go take you go come, you go see like come. Small small, won't go figure but I'm in a patron. Small small, won't go figure but I'm in a patron. I love you, my baby more. I love you, my baby more. Even if I enter Fungata, I go dash so come out. Because of money, them say I be uncapable. As we see we so, our love will be unbreakable. one and all. Love, my baby. This one. We go chop today and we wait for tomorrow's palava. Oh my boy, Taintana, when I'm going to do some messing no more. Taintana, when I'm going to do some messing no more. When I have to get galon, I go up in the salon. I go take you, go come. You go see life come. Small. Walk a figure, go come in a patron. Small. Walk a figure, go come in a patron. Oh my boy, Taintana, when I'm going to do some messing no more. Taintana, when I'm going to do some messing no more.
For the love economy, now we get autonomy. I know mine, baby, you go take my salary. Now this kind and all they do me for body. Now this kind and all they send me for body. Now this kind, now baby, if you drop my money. Ale tobina, mataka mavina. Ale tobina, matika masita malika mbe.
Love, my baby, this one and all. Love, my baby, this one and all. Small. Walk a picking, go Tommy na patron. Small. Walk a picking, go Tommy na patron. Oh my boy, Taintana, when I'm going to do some messing no more. Taintana, when I'm going to do some messing no more. I know, if they say you pass my level. When we dey walk out, some say you been a devil. Can you dey go, now that church where they cry for day. Can you dey go, now 70s. Love, my baby, this one and all. Love, my baby, this one and all. Love, my chérie, this one and all. Oh my God, them day, we go chop now for soirée.
Kamalota, my baby malota. Kamalota, my baby malota. Kamalota, my baby malota.
Love, my baby, this one and all. Love, my baby, this one and all. This one and all. This one and all.
Leads on the beat.
Leads man on the beat.
From the day where I meet you, boy, I've never been the same. From the moment you kiss me, sweetheart, I swear my life go change. You be my world changer, you be my soul provider, and I want to make you my baby, baby sugar.
Now you be the one.
We gon' make me feel so happy,
and with you by my side,
baby boy, I treat you right.
Now you be the one.
We gon' make me feel so happy,
and with you by my side,
baby boy, I treat you right.
I give you sweet, good loving.
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 Now that thing where you give me choco, now it make me crazy. And for my brain all day, all night, girl, you the run inside like rain. Ebe muchachi casimeto, girl, you deep blow my mind. On top, girl, I love your behind. Darling, I beg you please be my bride.
Now you be the one.
Where they make me feel so happy.
And with you by my side,
baby girl, I treat you right.
Say now you be the one.
Where they make me feel so happy.
And with you by my side,
treat you right. I give you sweet, good loving.
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 I give you sweet,
Today on Earth Focus, the future Swedish style. Building a model eco-district in Stockholm. Growing urban food in skyscraper farms. Expanding organic eateries and using sunlight to purify water. Innovative solutions from Sweden that may transform the way we live. Coming up on Earth Focus. Sweden, in the heart of Scandinavia and at the edge of the Arctic Circle, is the fourth largest country in Europe. In fall and winter, the northern lights are on striking display here, and much of the pristine landscape is shaped by mountains, forests, and lakes. Most of Sweden's 9 million people, over 80%, live in cities like Stockholm, the capital. Gateway to the Baltic Sea, Stockholm spans 14 islands and is said to be one of the cleanest cities in the world. Here, residents have more than adopted an environmental spirit. It's part of their culture.
Sweden being ahead of the curve in terms of environmental issues, I think it's because most Swedes still have a real...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, of course. So, okay, that was. Oh, this is smart. Okay.
Are you okay? Somebody's pen.
That's mine. That's mine. The cheap one is mine.
You can hide your wealth by using a cheap pen.
This one is mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the brief recess for lunch. We are now into the second phase of our convention deliberations, the All Anglophone Convention in North America, USA, organized and sponsored by the Anglophone Action Group, AAG, whose mission is to fight for justice and fairness for all Anglophone Cameroons. My name is F.R.A, and I'm humbled to be moderating a panel of distinguished Anglophone personalities here this evening. And so I'll just reintroduce them again. We have one panelist that did not give a speech, so I'll begin with him. That's Dr. Jerry Saleki. We already saw him earlier because he was a member of the AAG Executive Board as international liaison and advisor on historical facts. We also have Barrister Bobga Harmony. We heard his speech earlier. We have Professor Ayangwe, we've heard from him. We have Dr. Simon Munzo, we've heard from him as well. And we have Mr. Takan, and we heard from him. So let's welcome our panel. Some ground rules for how we will carry through this panel discussion. First, we understand that the panelists were selected based on their experiences and diversity of thought and belief in the struggle, understanding of what is going on and what has been done and what needs to be done, and their willingness to share that in a milieu where respect for a variety of opinions is key, with the hope that we can come up with a consensus on what it really is that we're fighting for, and how we should be fighting for it, and how we can achieve whatever outcomes we set for ourselves. So we thank them again. So in light of that, we hope that this discussion will be frank and honest, conversation between our panelists, as well as between the panelists and the audience, so we'll have you participate. As such, we will accept questions or allow discussions between panelists during the course of the evening, and we will also regularly accept questions from the audience while the topic is being discussed, so that we don't have to keep everything to a question session at the end. That might not be very, very useful for our purposes. So if you have a question while the discussion is going on, just indicate. I will try to call as many people as I can for a topic. But once that is done, when you get up, if you will introduce yourself. You will indicate which panelist your question is directed to, if it is directed to a particular panelist, and you will go straight to asking your question without any commentary, unless it is necessary to put the question in context. Then you might give a one sentence or two sentence commentary. So without much ado, it is the objective of this panel and our discussion not to come out lecturing ourselves or lecturing somebody else. It's our objective to fulfill our desire to come up with a consensus. And so we will try to do that deliberatively and make sure that we follow through and come up with some resolutions that we can share with the rest of our Anglophone and Cameroonian brethren. So, understanding that Dr. Saleki did not have the chance to give a speech earlier, I will open with him and allow him the chance to give a 2-minute maximum introduction of what his own position or idea is with respect to this topic, this event.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to take just a few short minutes and make 3 points. Unlike my learned colleagues here, I am not a fluent speaker, and I am a person of very few words. But the words I speak mean a lot to me, and I hope they'll be meaningful to you also. In life, especially political life and business, as permanent friends or permanent enemies. In light of that, I would give one example. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, a major Western power, France, decided almost single-handedly to break up Nigeria by sponsoring the Biafra War. That effort failed. But guess what? A few short years after that, France was building Peugeots in Kano and making major investments in Nigeria. Today, France is closer to Nigeria than one of the powers, Russia, that supported Nigeria against Biafra. So that's just to drive home the point that in life, and especially in political life, there should never be anything like permanent friends or permanent enemies. And by the way, in political discourse, the word enemy should be avoided. We generally have adversaries and not enemies. We have political opponents, we don't have political enemies. So in light of the fact that there are no permanent friends or permanent enemies, I personally think that there is no problem under the sun that cannot be solved by genuine and frank dialogue. And the Anglophone problem in Cameroon is no exception. And that's why I strongly believe that one of the most feasible paths to solving the Anglophone problem relies in fighting for a genuine and frank dialogue among all the protagonists. The second point I would like to make is that most of us sitting here are intellectuals, or if we are not intellectuals, we are leaders of certain communities, and therefore we are opinion leaders. In playing that role, in steering public opinion, I caution us against appealing to a lot to people's hearts. We need some appeal to people's hearts. That is, we need some emotion. But above all, we need to show a lot of drive in what we do, and we have to make sure we appeal a lot more to people's heads than their hearts. Because emotions, once called to control, they can lead us to places where we never desired to be. Therefore, I would caution us to make sure we do not laden our discourse with a lot of emotion. Let us appeal to the heads. Final point. There is, I believe, a wide gap, indeed a chasm, between what we desire, what we deserve, and what we can afford under prevailing circumstances. And therefore, as we look for solutions towards the Anglophone problem, we should not only consider what is truly ours, what is truly our right, and what we truly deserve, what we could have deserved in 1961 and did not happen, but also look at, under the prevailing circumstances, what is feasible. And that brings me back to restating my position that I strongly believe that our solution will come through genuine and frank dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you. All right, and so to proceed, it is common belief, so that we set ourselves, that one cannot know where they are going unless they recognize and accept where they are coming from. And so in recognizing the existence of a problem is already the beginning of the solution of the problem. And so we have to take a look at our GPS. Where have we been? What does our GPS history say? Where did we start? Where have we been? Where are we now? Where are we going to? So this panel discussion is going to be split into three parts. The first part we have already pretty much belabeled, the history. The history part, we have to take a look at the GPS law and find out where it is we are coming from. But that part will be limited because from our speeches, we already had a whole lot of that information on there, and all of us are pretty much familiar with at least our history, except for most of the unwritten, as Barrister Bobga mentioned earlier. Then we will proceed to look at what has been done, from where we started to where we are now, what has worked, what has not worked, and why. And ultimately, we should conclude with what needs to get done to get to where we want to get to. But since the success of our discussion will depend on mutual respect for one and all and discussion of ideas and not persons, I want to begin by allowing the panelists to address the whole issue of attacks on personalities, because that's something that seems to be frequent in our community, and it's happened to pretty much all of our panelists on here. I'm going to indicate, for example, Barrister Bobga was attacked as someone betrayed abdicated his role and left and ran away. In a most recent long scouting attack of Professor Ayangwe combined with Dr. Munzu and even a contact titled Traitors Gathering in Atlanta. The attack
we have been associated with a culture that, has been assessed by some of us as very primitive. You find somebody in suit like myself, there's what they call 5 minutes de folie. You just behave like an animal that is hungry and gets into a fight with another animal. This has characterized the way that our people have started behaving, evidencing the fact that they have become culturally infected with that bad habit. That's why in my paper I suggested we need a reinstauration of a culture of mutual recognition and respect. And this stems from the kind of language we use in debate. You don't need invectives to put across your point. I will refer you to the discussions that I had on VOA with our veteran journalist and big brother Eric Ginger. I very subtly disagreed with him, and he has told people that Bobga treated me with a lot of respect. And it was not accidental. I treated him deliberately so, because he's a big brother, he's entitled to that respect, and that is the promise we are making to Southern Cameroonians, that restoring Southern Cameroon is to bring back that culture. And for purposes of our struggle, you can only control your house. The discipline in AAG has emanated from the members of AAG agreeing that this is the standard of our behavior. SCACUF, they have their own. That's why Bohebet can be a member of SCACUF, and the next minute, if he has a different opinion, they hack him down. It goes across with many groups competing negatively by leaving the substance of our discourse and focusing on the shadow through whipping sentiments just to blackmail the other and make them look not right. For that reason, I have suggested in my paper, and it is something that has gone on for a number of discussions that I've had across this United States, that we need to set up a system of ethics and conduct in the process of our struggle, by ensuring that we take cognizance of the fact that especially our younger people are infected with a bad habit that was not part of our culture. We need to disinfect them. And how do we do it? By example. You would notice the discussions here. There is not a single speaker that poked his finger in the eye of. We wore our smiles, but we made our point. This is the kind of thing that we need, and it has to be deliberate. It's not going to happen by accident. We must insist that this is in our memorandum of understanding, because when associations exist, don't just call people like Dr. Munzo said, okay, SCACUF, and so on and so forth. No, let there be a memorandum of understanding. We are coming together, and these are the ground rules of how we shall function, by respecting one another and listening to everybody.
Thank you very much. And, Professor Ayangwe, you want to add to that? If there's anything?
Yeah, let me say I go along with the sentiment expressed by Sir Bobga, and I think there's something wrong with our people in many ways. I have reminded people each time I've traveled that when you have something to say it. Leave the person of the individual aside. They don't listen, and the only reason is because if somebody starts attacking you personally, it means he has nothing to say. Now, if you start attacking me that I'm short or tall, I'm ugly or whatever, how do I respond to that? That's how I am. I can't respond to that. But if you attack me on issues because you disagree, and that's part of our culture, then you hold different views, I'll defend that view which you hold, but we'll put those views in the marketplace of ideas and see which one is going to prevail. But often you find that many people have no argument. They are more interested in the person of the individual. And when you see somebody, I've seen people, when something appears, they're trying to look at the bottom, who is it that wrote it? When they see the name, aha, that is it. They start attacking. I mean, to me, it's a very sad development. And I say that the first thing that I account for it is people want to be showy. That they can go to meetings and boast, Master, did you see that thing? I hammered that person. You know, that kind of stupid, and for them, they think that's an achievement. Secondly, I think people lack a command of the language. If you lack a command of the language, it is very easy to learn abusive language, and which you use. And sometimes, for some of them, they use some of those terms, you don't know what they're talking about. Sometimes because they sound big, and sometimes because once they sound big, he can go out and boast. Did you see the grammar I wrote? There was something, you know. Some stupid thing like that. So I think we have a problem here. It's a learning curve. And finally, I want to say that I've gotten very impatient with that kind of a thing. When I see it, I just delete. I don't read. We're going to a stage where we want solution, we want ideas, we want contribution. We're no longer interested in criticism. It doesn't advance us in any way. If I've done something which is this, say, okay, the idea is not correct. This is my own idea. We're going to confront both. So the more they put this thing out, the thing people are reading, but frankly, people don't read that nonsense. Just delete and move on, like Bobga was saying. If you start responding, that's when they are very happy. Because you respond, you elicit a counter distance from them, and then it becomes a battle between you and them, to and fro, to and fro, to and fro. So the best thing is just delete all of that, stay the course, you have your case, keep on making it. At least somebody will hear. Those who want to hear, fine, it's their loss.
Thank you. And Dr. Munzo, you probably want to confirm that.
Why are you trying to...
You confirm me.
No, you see, on this issue, I start, of course, by applying to Barrister Bobga himself the piece of advice that he gave me as to how to respond to these things. He said, don't respond, right? Yep. And it is in that light that I resolved, while we were sitting there, that I would not respond to some of the jibes he took at me when he stood at this podium.
In-house.
I like that.
That's a good one.
But you see, what people don't realize is that, and especially these cyber warriors,
yes,
is that
an issue like the Anglophone problem, the Southern Cameroons question, the status of our country, call it what you will, is quite complex. First, by the content of that issue, there are so many dimensions: historical, sociological, legal, and so on. And if you take a simplistic, one-dimensional approach, then everything that everybody says is like to be unacceptable with what everybody else says. I take only one dimension. You either agree with me or you don't. If you introduce a new dimension, you become a traitor and all of that, and the object of insult. Number one, the content. Number two is that the examination of this issue is cross-generational. It is cross-generational. Don't expect Simon Munzu, Carson Ayangwe, who got purely by chance into this issue in the 90s. We didn't ask to convene the AAC. No. We didn't come wanting to be leaders. No. We happened by chance to have found ourselves 4 Anglophones in the technical committee for the drafting of a new constitution that was set up by the tripartite conference convened by Mr. Biya. Okay? And when we went in there, we said we must take the opportunity to press for a resolution of the Anglophone problem through the constitution, through a new constitution. And in order to get the buy-in of our people, and also to make sure that we went into what Mr. Biya terms the grand débat, large débat, with a common voice. The 3 of us, Mr. Minister Itoe, being minister for obvious reasons, didn't want to sign up to that, but the 3 of us decided we would convene a meeting of Northwest and Southwest, so the All Anglophone Conference, to come and discuss and give us a position to take to the constitutional exercise. Okay? And everything kind of spirals from there. Now, do you want me in 2017, in discussing the Anglophone problem, not to play back to 1993, not to play back to 1994, and learn some of the pitfalls, some of the weaknesses that we fell into, and say we must avoid those? Would you expect me, when I express that caution that comes from experience, that comes from having tried, that comes from having tested, you expect me, in the light of that, to think that I'll be speaking in the same manner as this impatient young man who is very eager to appear in 2017 as Carson Ayangwe tried to appear in 1993? There is bound to be, at that level, a generational thing. And they will say, oh, you're too old, your ideas are archaic, your own time is over, blah, blah, blah. You see all that kind of nonsense. Now, on the whole, I mean, I have, my attitude towards that has been, as Harmony advised, say nothing and do nothing.
That's right.
Because I remember, for instance, in February of 2014, 2 or 3 days before the so-called celebration of the 50th anniversary in Buea, there was an interview done by this Sunday morning program on Radio Cameroon. In English is what again? Cameroon Calling. They interviewed me, they interviewed Molan George Itumbe on this same question about whether or not the UN can solve our problem. And for expressing the view, just as I did here this afternoon, for the reason that I gave, right or wrong, but they are my reasons, that it would be ineffectual for us to go to the UN. The next thing I knew was a tirade of articles, first place in there by the Honorable Justice Ayangwe, echoed by the likes of Temfa Kofege, and what names didn't they call me? Simon Munzu, that traitor from Temka said, I who negotiated for Simon Munzu to appear on one day in Cameroon on Actualité Hebdo, Cameroon Calling, Dimanche Midi. Ven is here, right? Vanessa? Yeah. She's here? You guys remember that day? I appeared on all those 3 programs on the same day. Temfa goes on and says, I am the one who negotiated for Simon Munzu to make those appearances, and that Simon Munzu today has the audacity to sell the cause because Biya has done this, and that was 2014. Now, yesterday, or the day before yesterday, Tassan comes out with the piece that has made its rounds around the world. Now, I replied to that one. That doesn't mean that I'm going to allow Wilfred Tassan, and I hope he's watching me and hearing me on CBC. I'm not going to allow him the privilege, I will call it that, the privilege, and I hope he recognizes as such, of entering into a duel with him.
That's right.
You say, I say, you say, I say. No, I'm not going to do that. But at the same time, I think it is regrettable, and for me that's the angle that interests me. It is regrettable that this kind of attitude goes only to weaken our cause, whichever way you want to look at it. You're not helping the cause if you start by attacking individuals, some of whom, deservedly or undeservedly, are considered by other people as men of honor, men of a certain regard, including by your potential adversaries, because whether you like it or not, there's going to be a point where you have to negotiate, unless we shoot ourselves to the finish, and maybe that's one of the aspects we will come into. So I think just to round up on that, I personally, because I'm of the generation that I am, I regret that this is the attitude that the various groups, see all these embassy, this group, this and that group, you see them on Facebook, on insult and insult. It is in this regard that, just to give you our own experience in the ADF, when we started the ADF, we created a discussion group called ADF 17, Anglophone Dialogue Forum 2017, ADF 17. And we started by laying down the ground rules. You don't say just anything, anyhow. We set a topic. You make and there's a moderator. And the moderator at the end of that period summarizes the discussion and identifies action points. Those action points go into the action program of ADL 17. So we managed to avoid people just throwing insults at each other. To round up, again, just to tell you, I talked about the complexity. When my friend, and you guys think that I'm patting him only because he's sitting next to me. Mm-hmm. If we tell you how we started as young university students in the UK, forming something called what that thing 20 was what again? Something 20. Forum 20, right? Forum 20 as students, going into this same Anglophone problems as students in the United Kingdom. Mm-hmm. Then we find ourselves at the University of Yaoundé. Yep. Then we find ourselves in this committee. Mm-hmm. Now, we've been fellow travelers, but if you listen to us today, you think we're still going in the same direction in terms of the end game for this thing? Yep. Are we going in the same direction? No, we're not. Carl has metamorphosed into a separatist. Yeah.
No, not a secessionist.
Restorationist.
Restorationist.
Or secessionist.
So he has independentists. So he has, morphed into that.
Yep.
And I am still marking time on the federation option.
Yep.
But I'm saying that to say that we mustn't act as if you are going to have unanimity, and when you don't have unanimity, then you must have enmity.
Yeah,
that's my take on it.
And with that, we will go to Mr. Takan. I think I would like you to take a slightly different angle, because I know as a leader in your community, you probably have experienced things like this too, but maybe not out in the world the way these leaders have. So my angle that I want you to take will be, a lot of this comes with the advent of social media, the Android generation, as we see. What do you think, or how do you view social media, either as a tool, or for good or for bad, in support or helping to destroy this struggle with respect to the way in which insults can easily flow around, the way in which information can be shared? Can you take that angle for us?
Yes, I think as a person, I do condemn attacks on individuals, because in a civil discourse like this, we should have a very good playing field for people to express themselves on how we have to tackle this problem. And until we buy that reasoning, we're not going to actually get a very good pathway to figure out a good solution to the problem. That said, the coming of the social media has facilitated the flow of information. But at the same time again, it has created another problem. The ease with which people can falsify and also disseminate very wrong and misleading information. And I think that is the situation where Barrister Bobga, Professor Munzu, and the rest of us, and even AAG, because the information that has been given about the AAG, I'm not from here, but before I came here, the information that I got, I think is just the kind of thing that we don't want, because sometimes people say things out there without verification and justification. So it's high time that while we consider as a tool that is very useful for information sharing, for development, we should be very careful with the way we want to use it to share our information. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so we acknowledge that our direction is respect, mutual respect, and discussion of ideas, and not discussion of people, in keeping with the little minds talk people, great minds talk issues, I guess. Now let's take that trip down memory lane. We will not go as far back as 1958, but let's go back and figure out, we know where we were in 1961. People have argued that those who are arguing for federalism based only on the 1961 boundaries make it more difficult to achieve, because it makes it a French-English divide as opposed to people territorial situation. You worked in 1993 to try to get that into the Constitution, to kind of push back towards that. Some people would think that you succeeded by viewing the Constitution shift towards decentralization, the way it was written, that it might have adopted to some extent the push that you had made in 93, and that the delay between 93 and 2016, the 23-year delay, to try to reinforce that and get it pushed further, is the reason why we have not gotten to that point, and we are looking at secession as an option. Because I think that's what part of the declaration that you had in 93 was, that if you don't do this now, then maybe 10 years, 20 years from now, people will take the second option. So how do you evaluate that? I will start with Professor Ayangwe on this one. How do you?
Just before he gets through, you will notice, you know, a good player learns by throwing jabs on his master. Dr. Munzu has gone back to this issue of ethics and thrown it that in ADF, is it? They have a code of ethics of communication in the social media. I would not want us to open the discussion today, but please do ensure that he shares those rules with you, because we are here to gather information for the solution. Because we've had enough of the problem, we've diagnosed it. Now we are looking for the solution. I know the kind of bitterness he has with what kids are throwing at him. 3/4 of his contribution on that topic might be to go back, but concretely, what has been achieved in ADF, it will be useful for us to continue to correct, especially the situation in North America, by sharing with their own ideas for social media.
I think that's a brilliant point. Thank you.
It's good to conclude one issue like that, then we go to the next one.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for the interjection.
No, I think I appreciate that. So,
do you want to have him share that before we move on to the next one?
No. Yes, we will. Yes. Yes. Like that and disseminate. Yes. So my point was that when we look back, this fight has been going on for years. Yes. Steps have been taken. Yes. Sometimes we have not succeeded. Sometimes we have succeeded in getting something. It might not be what we wanted. And sometimes we relax once we get the little, and we forget that we have to continue to do the work to try to keep pushing. How do you evaluate our role as Anglophones in the continuing prevalence of the struggle to this point? And what steps do we need to take now, looking ahead, whatever direction you... by the way, I know that in terms of steps to take will depend on the outcome that you want. And so that's where there will be divergence. Yes. But in terms of what we have done, can you tackle that first?
Yeah. Let me say that when we had this constitutional committee meeting, strange as it might be, because of the acute disagreement we had, we decided to write a memorandum to that same committee of which we were a member, because we disagreed with them when they reduced it to a matter of head count. Already a majority there. I mean, F.R.A. was just 3 of us, because we can't count it, it was not even there. So it was just 3 of us facing the whole barrier of them. So if you had to go to a count of heads, we already lost even before it started. So we said, no, we disagree. So we went and wrote a memo to the same this thing. And when we went out and convened AAC 1 and 2, the mandate we had was keep on the federal thing, draft a constitution. We had a whole long list, and we prepared a draft constitution. And I think that document was well conceived, because it took into account our situation, it took into account French Cameroon's situation. And if you look at that document today, if they adopt that document, this is what we're talking about today, we'll not have the problem. But instinctively, I mean, that's my interpretation. We just throw it away. I mean, say, no. I think that's also because they say, well, these model tracks who are coming to give this. They're so used to having the French people coming there with constitution, the constitution tip which they bring from France and impose on them and so on. So all ended there. The 1996 constitution, which that's what contains the we are talking about. Yes. I don't think that it took anything from what we sent. No. It was entirely their own idea that this is how it should be to pacify us. Okay, let's have that. But the irony is that even though they did that, 23 years down the line, still they won't even implement what if they who did that. They will not be implemented. And that to me is part of the problem I have. That these people are so fundamentally dishonest. You can trust them. Even when they do a thing which is their own, 23 years down the line, and there's no way you can even hold them accountable. Bobga said, if you try to go to a constitutional court, which they created, it's still not there. So it's like you try this, try this, try this, try this. So I come to the basic question you're asking. What roles, therefore, should we play as citizens of the Southern Cameroons in this whole matter? Should we give up and say, these people, okay, they're untrustworthy, you can deal with them, and so on, and offer something? Or should we continue to make that effort, whatever effort that might be, in the hope that maybe, the Holy Ghost might descend upon them one fine day to have the inspiration and say, okay, yes, okay, let's meet these people and talk. Well, so, and to me, that is a basic problem. I think our people, we always show a lot of good faith in what we do. Are always an open people. I always say we don't have the Makiza culture. We don't go and hide behind to do things. When we're young, working on all of these things, you remember, we didn't go and tell the military people. We tell the minister when they try to forge our signatures and all that and so on. We told them we are going to Bamenda, this is what we are going to do, A, B, C, and D. All their nonsense about saying we are going to declare, we are going to declare what in Bamenda and so on. It's a lie. And we are open people. If we decide we are going to declare, we'll tell you, we're not going to hide it. So, and I think they are taking advantage of that fact that we are a very open people. And we are honest, we say things how we feel and what we want. So the basic problem is a basic problem. How do we get, I don't have a problem with our people. I think we make a little effort, we can get our people together, at least the thinking heads together. The problem is on the other side. How do we get them? We say, look, this is what we think, and this is what things go like this, and so on. Often they tend to be very dismissive of us. Either that we don't count for anything, or don't think deep enough, whatever views they might take. So that to me is a basic problem.
So let me just take that and throw it over to Dr. Munzo. You believe that they can come around and that we can bend them to come around. Why do you think so strong?
Fundamentally, I believe so. And let me, in that respect, say two things. One of which, or the first of which, has to do, again, with this gentleman here. Do you remember that when we started this morning, we said that there were Sobans and there were others? Huh? Now, among the others, happened to be the Federal Bilingual High School, or Federal Bilingual Grammar School, it was called in those days, right? Starting at Manowa Bay and then moved to Moliko. Guess who was in the pioneer class of that school?
Others.
Now, guess what was the vocation of that school?
Unification.
Bilingualism, unification, but above all, brainwashing.
Yep.
To Franco for life. Right? Tell me, on looking at this man, whether the experiment worked or failed. And we did everything. Now tell me, looking at this man, hearing this man,
my goodness,
did that experiment work or fail? Now, I say that because I don't believe that those people are capable of brainwashing us to the point where we lose who we are. If that were to be, Carlos and Ayangwe would have been lost a long time ago. In other words, we have a certain resilience of character, which comes not from what happens in the classroom, but what comes from the milieu, familiar and otherwise, in which we are brought up. And we can take that into the fight with these people. Second observation. Do you know a country in this world that has a very workable constitution which is not written anywhere? UK. The United Kingdom has for centuries conducted state affairs in the most orderly and legal manner for centuries without having a written constitution. Now, what does that mean? That means that when people have the will, when they share a sense of values, I have to keep my word, I have to be tolerant, I have to be give and take, and so on, you can govern your society without even having written rules. Now, we have tried through a written constitution to forge our society, and most other countries have tried to do so. In our particular situation, I don't despair because we sometimes tend to minimize the extent to which we, Southern Cameroons and Southern Cameroonians, have influenced the conduct of these people we are talking about, in spite of their heavy-handedness, as Carlson has said this afternoon. If you analyze carefully, you'll find that there are areas in which they have, without us imposing on them, they have borrowed from us. When we started, did their kids wear uniform to schools? Just to take a banal example like that. Now, all this in the context of two successive dictatorships. Can you tell me that Mr. Biya, we don't know for how much longer he may be president?
10 years.